A warning before you listen.
What you are about to hear is not meant for children, nor for the faint of heart. This is an unfiltered retelling of ancient myths, told as they were born, raw, violent, unsoftened. Expect scenes of brutality, curses that linger, betrayals that reshape fate, and a hunger for power that shows no mercy. These myths were never meant to lull children to sleep. They were forged in blood, shadow, and fire. So ask yourself, are you ready to hear them as they were first told? Sources and references can be found in the episode description. In this epic audio saga, we tell the story of the Titan War, clash of weapons and the fall of time. Prologue. When hatred blossoms into lightning and the sky births its first curse. Before mortals walked the earth, before gods carved their names into stone, there was something else, older than light, filthier than shadow, a time that devoured its own children, a land that screamed beneath the creak of eternity, and at the heart of this ruin, hatred was born, not the kind that fades with wine, nor the kind washed away by rivers. No, this was hatred fed from the breasts of mothers who bore their children only to cast them into the mouth of their father. This tale offers no wisdom, only screaming, no mercy, only thunder. You won't read history. You'll hear the funeral dirge of the first ages. This is not a war of guns. It is a war that begins when time itself longs to be severed, when lightning howls inside a father's veins, when the sky becomes a battlefield, collapsing upon its own.
Cronus once whispered as he carved his sickle through the flesh of cloud, "I will hang the corpses of my sons between sun and moon. I will make each bolt a tombstone, every thunderclap a birth cry for my shame." And Gaia, mother of all, answered with a voice that made the earth tremble, "He who devours his children shall swallow his end with them, even after 1,000 silences." Thus, the first spark was struck, the first weapon forged from divine bone. Curses once slumbering in the mouth of stone awakened, and blood, never meant to flow, drowned all that dreamed of being eternal. In this war, the sky shows no mercy. The earth offers no refuge. Even the underworld is but a servant to a greater vengeance. Soldiers of ash, warlords clad in pride, and women waiting not to mourn, but to witness how power is raped, and history crushed beneath feet that know no compassion, only thunder. Here, lightning will speak. Time will bleed, and the sickle will fall, not from a father's hand, but into the grip of one bold enough to curse him while he still breathes. You'll hear Zeus proclaim, "I will not be your son, I will be your final sin." Hades will not laugh. He'll open the gates of hell and say, "I was not born to be buried. I was born to bury you," screaming. And Poseidon will not speak. He'll thrust his trident into the heart of the sea and let the ocean confess sins that cannot be forgiven. This is not an introduction. It's a slap to the face of anyone who ever believed gods are born of pure light. Here, gods are born of hatred that cannot die, of betrayal that will never be forgotten, of wombs that birth only storms. So if you came for a tale of love, turn away. If you thought this story ends with the triumph of good, close your ears. But if you're ready to hear how a father is slaughtered by his son, how the earth is violated, and how the world is recreated from blood, welcome to the War of the Titans. In this saga, we do not recount history. We unearth graves that once sang in the name of eternity, from the first Titan who crawled from Gaia's womb, to the first god who decided the sky wasn't big enough for two, From the first sickle to the final thunderbolt. From a father who ate his children to children who chose to devour time itself. This isn't just the war of the Titans. It is the story of every throne drenched in screaming, every sky that once believed it would never fall, and fell. Part 1, from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Chapter 1, The Mountain Kneels to Lightning, the Bowing of the Cyclopes. It happened at the edge, not just the edge of a mountain, but of an old world gasping beneath the final breath of tyranny. Zeus stood there, still dripping with the sweat of his cave-born ascent. His muscles hadn't cooled, his breath still crackled, lightning not yet stilled inside his chest. Behind him, the mountains split. Not like an earthquake, not like defeat, but like a groan of ancient labor, an impossible birth beneath a silence too heavy to hold. From the crack, something emerged, not a beast, not a god, something else, a cyclops, a creature from before the age of stone. One eye bleeding a light that wasn't light, a body that looked forged from the leftover cinders of the underworld. It walked with the weight of time itself, and looked at no one but Zeus. And then the wind held its breath. Dust froze in the air. Even the earth forgot how to make a sound. The Cyclops dropped to its knees, not in pain, not in submission, in something far older, a kneeling born of recognition. It knelt before a body still steeped in cave-born fear, before a god not born in palaces, but shaped in a womb that trembled as it hid him from a time that devoured its sons. The Cyclops, who was never known to bow, never known to cry, never known to falter, bowed now to a thunderbolt not yet born, still forming in the womb of Zeus. Above them, 6 others froze: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, even Rhea. They had only just emerged from the gut of Cronus, but today they emerged from another illusion, the illusion that Zeus was still the youngest, that thunder was a fluke, that leadership could be shared. Today Zeus stood not as a brother, not as the rescuer, but as a god whom even the storm itself had chosen as its dwelling. And somewhere in the distance, from behind the stones and silence, Gaia watched. Gaia, the mother of all, who hadn't spoken since the fall of Cronus. She now breathed through corpses, letting her roots slip between the cracks of what once ruled. She said nothing, but her gaze echoed inside Zeus, as if to warn, the mountain that kneels for you today might fall on you tomorrow. And deep in the mountain, far from light, where echoes forget how to return, something stirred. Not a quake, not a heartbeat, something else, a whisper. The first whisper of war. No weapon had yet been forged, no bolt yet drawn. But the volcano was licking its lips from within. The mountain stilled, the siblings said nothing, and the thunderbolt in Zeus's hand simply waited. The earth, though, understood. This war would not begin with an explosion, but with a kneel. The kneel of a primordial creature behind a god born not from fire, but from the womb. From that moment on, Zeus no longer needed to shout to be heard, nor fight to be feared, nor demand to be obeyed. The Cyclops had knelt, and with him an entire mountain, and the world, without even noticing, bowed its head. Because true power begins when the unbowed bow, and the first kneel is recorded to one not yet crowned. Chapter 2. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the rebellion declared, the first cry of war. We do not return to graves, we build the sky. The kneeling had happened. The mountain had bent behind Zeus. The Cyclops had lowered its eye for the first time since darkness gave it birth. But kneeling alone does not build a sky. Zeus stood among them, not as a brother born of the same womb, not as a son of the same mother, but as a scar torn open in the flesh of fate, a crater through which time spoke with the voice of thunder. He raised his hands, not in prayer, but like a rift tearing through air itself. For the first time, lightning had found a body worthy of bursting into without regret. Then he roared, not to be heard, but to shake them. We want no throne, no kingdom, no palaces built on the rubble of corpses. We want one thing only, never to be swallowed again. His words were rough, as if carved into stone with angry teeth. Then he turned to them, to Hestia, who burned in silence, to Demeter gathering the chaos inside her chest, to Hera still carrying wounds too deep to bleed, to Hades, who never spoke, but saw everything, and to Poseidon, whose eyes dug into the soil as if the ocean itself awaited its first taste of blood. He said, "We lived in the gut of time, in a tomb with no door, forgotten between the teeth of a greedy father, and the world went deaf to our screams." Then he lifted his face to the heavens, that silent sky, watching like a bored god rewatching a cursed film from the beginning of creation. Zeus didn't call to it, he challenged it. "Hear me, O sky, we have escaped, and we will not return. We will not crawl back into the darkness you spun from the terror of your silence, nor into the womb that dreams of devouring us daily. These are our bodies, they will not be swallowed. These are our throats, they will not be choked. This is our war, and though we hold no weapons, we carry something fiercer, the memory of hunger, the curse of survival, and the scream of those who died while still breathing." Then he struck the ground with his heel, and the earth trembled as if it recognized the voice of its long-lost child. And from the dust came a voice, soft like warm ash. Gaia, the mother who no longer gives birth, yet still births words through her ancient cracks. She spoke gently. "The voice is strong, the scream is true, but without teeth it frightens no prey, not even the smallest." Zeus stared at her, his eyes holding thunder still unshaped, asking her without words. She understood his silence, and said, I know your heart is the hilt of a blade, yet to be forged. But if you want war, you'll need more than a cry. You'll need something that frightens stone itself when it hears it, and that has not yet been born. Then she vanished, as roots do when they've finished whispering to the dead. Zeus remained, at the center of his siblings, the pulsing heart of the mountain, waiting to pump its first drop of war-born blood. They knew now. War had begun. Even if no lightning had yet been thrown, even if no weapon had yet been drawn, because true rebellion does not begin with a raised sword. It begins when the soul decides it will not be buried alive again. And from the mountain's heart, the first call to allies rose, nameless, unsigned, but carrying the scent of ash and a longing for a sky that had not yet been built. Chapter 3 from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the meeting of Earth and Lightning, the beginning of the alliance with Gaia. The night Gaia opened her heart to the thunderbolt, that night the wind did not rest, the trees did not sleep. Something ancient was stirring, deep within the soil, threads beneath the world quietly pulling on what no eyes could see. Zeus was asleep, or thought he was. His body lay on the stone, but inside him the lightning churned, asking, demanding, "What are our weapons? Where is our army? How do we fight time without teeth?" The sky gave no answer, but the earth was listening. Beneath the mountain's chest, the soil began to breathe, not with sound, but with a tremor in his bones, as if something was calling him, without a voice. He turned in his sleep, then jolted upright, heart cracked open to a call no living thing could ignore. Around him, silence drowned in stillness, but something was waking him. Without touch, he rose, said nothing, left no trace, and slipped from among his sleeping siblings like a ghost stepping out of a dream. The forest wasn't far, yet it felt like another world. A gate to something older than language, closer to wound than to word. He stepped inside, and the feeling wasn't fear. It was recognition, a falling that felt like truth. His footsteps echoed like confessions arriving too late, until he saw her, Gaia, seated deep within a cave, as though she had been waiting since the beginning of beginnings. Her face was neither light nor shadow, but something in between, a blend of hardness and peace. To look at her was to remember your mother, and forget how to breathe. Without moving, she said, "You're awake. Good. What I'm about to say cannot reach the ears of sleepers." Zeus did not speak, but his eyes carried 1,000 questions. The lightning within him quieted, as if preparing to hear its first secret. She continued, "You thought the war would begin with a scream, but screaming is not enough, and lightning alone doesn't start the fire. You need someone to fight with you, someone who strikes when you stumble and breaks when you hesitate." He stepped forward. "Who?" he asked. "Who do you mean?" She stood, and the whole cave seemed to rise with her. Her voice rang out like the first explosion in the silence of creation. "A force buried, soldiers unknown, creatures who obey no one, follow no throne. They are not your weapons, they are your balance. Unleash them, and they will turn the earth over. Betray them, and they will devour you as your father devoured his kin." Zeus fell into silence, then said, "Where are they? Release them." Gaia shook her head. "Not until you swear. I want an oath no war can break, no blood can wash away. Promise me you won't chain them, won't devour them, won't imprison them as your father did, that you won't restart the cycle as the sky has done before." He looked into her for a long time, then raised his hand. "I swear I will not be another stomach that consumes power. I will not be another shackle that twists the different into the broken. I will unleash them free, and I will fight beside them, not above them." Gaia closed her eyes, and for a moment, the earth itself exhaled, as if it had been holding its breath for 1,000 years. She said, "Good. But before you touch the gate, you must know who they are, and who I am to them, and why the world has never heard of them, even though they were born long before any throne." Zeus stepped closer. The thunder in his blood began to groan. "Who are they?" he asked. "Why were they buried?" Gaia looked at him slowly, a gaze that uprooted thought from its core, and said, "Listen well, son of Rhea, for I shall now tell you the forgotten crime." Chapter 4. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Forgotten Crime. The imprisonment of the brothers beneath the earth. When Cronus betrayed the mother's oath. Night still wrapped the cave in silence, but within it, Ages were unraveling. Zeus sat as one listening to a story that belonged to him, yet was born after the echo broke. Gaia stood before him. Her eyes didn't narrate, they bled. Her voice didn't tell a tale, it resurrected the dead in every word. She said, "When I gave the sickle to my son, I believed I was freeing him from the sky that strangled him. I thought I was saving the earth, but I forgot. A weapon cannot restore balance if placed in the hands of one who does not understand pain." Then she opened her palm, and before Zeus, the memory pulsed to life. It wasn't a dream. It was the earth's own remembrance, streaming raw across the chest of time. After Uranus fell, the world shook, as though it had gone into labor once more. Cronus, the son who had severed the heavens, held his father's head like vengeance delayed. Gaia approached him, blood dripping to the soil, scars of the battle carved into her every pore.
She said, "You have freed me. Now be what you promised. Unchain the others. Release your brothers, the Cyclopes, the Hecatonchires, my children, whom the sky disfigured and buried in Tartarus. Soldiers, silenced in a prison too deep for echoes." Cronus made a vow. With his hands still stained by the sickle, he said, "I will. They are not my enemies. They are my brothers. Their power will become the walls of my throne." Gaia left, believing, for once, she would sleep without hearing screams from below. But Cronus did not sleep, did not forget, did not understand. In his eyes, the Hecatonchires were not brothers. They were walking cataclysms, walls of rage, breaths that shook stone, fists that shattered time. And the Cyclopes? They were not just craftsmen, they were the edge of every weapon, makers of fire, engineers of thunder. Their single eyes saw things that made thrones tremble. He feared them. He feared that his throne would be carved apart by the very hands he had freed.
In the cover of night, as Gaia planted the first flower of a new age, Cronus issued the order. Chains, not of iron, but of time. They were cast back into the earth. The Hecatonchires buried in a depth where even fire dared not dwell. The Cyclopes sealed in cells of darkness that would never explode. When Gaia returned, she asked, "Where are my children?" Cronus laughed, lied. They emerged, but the light was too much for them. They returned willingly. She did not answer, did not scream. But beneath her, the earth cracked. From that day forward, Gaia never looked him in the eye as a mother. She looked at him as a witness to a betrayal that shattered inside her womb. Now, staring at Zeus, she said, "Your brothers may have eaten you, but before they devoured you, he imprisoned them. He swallowed the children of Rhea and buried the children of the earth." She fell silent, but the cave did not calm. Its walls trembled, as though every word she spoke awakened something listening from far beneath. Zeus stepped forward. The lightning in his blood was no longer a waiting storm. It had become a summons. "Tell me where," he said. "Where are they? How do I reach them?" She looked at him as though seeing past victory and whispered, "I will open the path, but do not step lightly. The ones you will free are no longer what they were. They are now the 100-handed beasts. They are now the fist yet to fall." She leaned closer, her voice the sound of a wounded earth. "Once the way to them was easy. A gate of magma opened once every 1,000 years. But Cronus destroyed that gate. He tore the ground into 7 layers between us and them. He placed levels of torment, each one passable only by those on the edge of death. If you are ready, I will open the path. But remember,
No one who goes down there ever returns the same. Then she raised her hand and whispered something too old to be heard, and the earth split before Zeus like an ancient scar torn open once more. At its edge, the journey began. Chapter 5. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the fire that does not shine, the layer of melting. There was no shield in his hand, no lightning clenched in his fist, no storm to march before him. Zeus descended into the deep, stripped not just of weapons but of glory itself. Only the glory of will remained. Above him his siblings stood in sunlight. Below him, the thunderbolt still unborn, an idea pulsing inside iron's womb. And his feet alone, walked toward a pit that denied light. With the first step, the sand around him dissolved, melting into fissures that bled lava without flame. The earth did not welcome him, it undressed him. The air down there wasn't air, it was a transparent blade. Every breath sliced a strip from his lungs. Every exhale seared his throat until the throat wept for itself. This was not a layer of hell. It was hell's mother, a place that was never named. The ancients called it the layer of melting, but it was something worse, the fire that does not shine. Zeus pushed forward, step by burning step. Every drop of sweat evaporated from his skin, muscles clung to bone even as flesh peeled away. The rocks did not sleep. They breathed. Yes, here the stone itself pulsed, moved, rose to block his path, as if it remembered Kronos' crawl through this place eons ago, and now refused to let his son pass. One boulder coiled around his leg. Zeus fell, pulled a blade of bone from his thigh, and stabbed until the rock crumbled to dust. But the next stone was no stone. It was a face, ancient, the face of a god buried in flame long ago. And from the wall, a scream burst forth, not a sound, but the memory of a sound. Was it a soul? Was it torment? Was Gaia watching? Or had Tartarus itself opened its eyes? Zeus did not ask, did not cry out, did not beg. He kept walking, knees shaking, heart pounding like it might shatter. But he did not turn back. His hands trembled, not from fear, but because the flesh was melting and the bones were beginning to show. Yet in his chest, beneath the ribs, there was something no flame could touch. Intent. When he reached the edge of the abyss, he looked down and saw nothing. The darkness didn't greet him with shadows, but with a grin. It was as if the earth whispered, "You will not leave alive." To which Zeus answered, not aloud, but inside himself, "But I did not enter dead either." Then he jumped. No wings, no light, only a storm in his eyes, a lightning yet to be forged. He fell. The air lashed him like vengeful gods. The ground fled below. But the path to the second layer was opening. Something waited for him in that descent. The abyss was not merely fire. It was a mirror, a blind mirror of flame. One that did not illuminate, but blinded. And there, etched into the molten wall, appeared a shadow, Kronos, not in flesh, but as a mark, burned into the stone, as if even the fire remembered betrayal. Then Zeus saw something unexpected. On a slanted wall, the remains of a fallen warrior. Perhaps he had tried to rescue them. Perhaps he was not a god. But somewhere in the distance, the echo of a muffled strike rang out. Not a call, but the knock on a wall made of wrath. The ones imprisoned had not died, had not slept. The path Zeus walked led not just into the belly of the earth, but into its angry heart.
And so he learned his first lesson. He whose screams are not heard must make the earth tremble instead.
Chapter 6 from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The land of the unborn dead, the layer of bones. Zeus fell, but what awaited him was not earth, nor fire, nor even darkness. It was white, not light, not purity, but the cruel white of death. A blinding pallor that burned the eyes, reflected nothing, revealed everything. When he opened his eyes, he saw no ground, no soil, only bones. Scattered skulls, as if vomited from the mouth of a mad god. Broken ribs, teeth without mouths, arms that were never finished, wings severed, with no sky to return to. This was not a graveyard. It was a cemetery of aborted possibilities. Every bone here, a being unborn, cast out from existence before it ever took breath. Dreams of gods that even creation feared, and silenced before they could speak. Zeus walked forward. Skulls crunched beneath his feet. But they did not stay silent. They screamed. "Why were you late? Why didn't you grant us a moment of life? I am you had you been weaker. The wind here didn't blow, it sighed, not as nature, but as identity denied." And then a shadow rose. From within the bones, a figure stood. It looked just like him. Same height, same shape, but its eyes were blank. Its voice came not from the mouth, but from within, from the mind itself. "You are late," said the shadow. "I could have been you, if you had faltered for just a moment." Zeus approached, said nothing, but the ground beneath his feet began to shift, as if the bones didn't want to be forgotten, didn't want to be awakened. The shadow sharpened. Its voice pierced deeper. "I am you. If your mother hadn't hidden you, if the poison had failed, if Cronus had won." Zeus closed his eyes, only for a heartbeat, then opened them and said, "You are not me. You are him, the one who was never born and never will be." He stepped forward, in his hand a blade carved from bone. He had found it lodged in the skull of a god whose name had been erased by time. With it, he struck the shadow, and it split, like silence shattered by a scream. The ground trembled. Bones began to fall like rain. Voices cried out, regret, blame, fury, longing. A chorus of the never-lived. But Zeus didn't look back. He carved his path through weeping that had no end, through skeletons collapsing, as if finally surrendering to death. At the far edge of this realm, he saw it, a dark opening, a pit that bled black smoke. He leapt into it. The pulse of his heart thundered in his ears, but his eyes did not flinch. And so, Zeus left the layer of bones. He had lost something, something he couldn't name, but now he knew the deepest wounds are the ones no one sees. Chapter 7 from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The mud that devours light, the layer of eternal drowning. No sound, no air, no light. Everything vanished in an instant, as if the universe itself had turned away and hurled Zeus into a void that denied even the idea of being. He fell, but never hit ground. Instead, he plunged into a thick black mud, bottomless, endless, a weight heavier than death and quieter than the grave. It didn't feel like earth. It felt like a soul unraveling. It smelled like a mother being buried alive.
Zeus tried to scream, but the cry choked before reaching his throat. There was no air to carry it, not even emptiness, only mud. He tried to move, but each gesture dragged him deeper. Each breathless struggle pulled him lower, as if the mud missed his body and longed to pull him back into non-being. No beasts attacked, no shadows stirred, no curses whispered. There was no punishment here, only erasure. As if this layer wasn't here to torment him, but to erase him. He began to lose feeling. His feet no longer belonged to him. His arms seemed to drift backward. His eyes saw nothing but a shining kind of darkness. And then the visions came. He saw his mother, Rhea, dangling from the edge of the sky, smiling at him, then crumbling to ash. He saw his siblings, chained in bone, crushed beneath Kronos' sickle, and then he saw himself, decomposing, skin cracking, eyes melting, his face collapsing into mud, returning to the mud. Was this his death? Was this the end? Was this black mire the true origin and everything else a cosmic dream? No, Zeus was not born to be erased. He did not descend into hell to become a puddle. He came to rewrite existence. At the very bottom of that non-place, he remembered something. Not his thunderbolt, not the throne that awaited, but his name. The name whispered by his mother while he was still in the womb. The name that made mountains tremble when he was born. Zeus, he whispered to himself, I am not mud. Then he screamed. Not with his voice, but with his mind, a cry with no sound, yet purer than light. And the mud shuddered, it cracked, it screamed, it split as if giving birth again, and deep within the rupture, a gate appeared, not made of stone, but of twisted iron, forged in fire and regret. The gate did not open, it waited. Zeus stepped toward it. With every step, the mud fell from his skin like dead lives peeling away, like lies he refused to carry forward. And when he passed through, the gate sealed behind him, as if the earth itself whispered, I will not let him return. Thus he emerged from the third layer, having shed every illusion he ever wore. And what remained? Not a title, not a destiny, only a name. Zeus. The one who cannot be forgotten, even if the earth itself tries to swallow him whole. Chapter 8. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The walls that swallow screams, the layer of silent imprisonment. No light, no mud, no fire. The fourth layer was not earth, it was a prison. But not like any prison Zeus had imagined. This was a silence with weight, a darkness with mass, walls that breathed. The moment Zeus stepped into this hollow, his body felt heavier, not like stone, but like guilt. Everything was still, but not the stillness of peace. This was the stillness of death, learning how to breathe. His footsteps made no sound. His voice struck nothing, as if the walls devoured sound before it was ever born. Here, every scream vanished, every breath turned into the scent of ancient echoes. Zeus spoke, but his voice did not reach him. He whispered, but even the air denied his presence. The corridor of cells stretched out before him, not forged in iron, but carved in stone that bled years. Every door had an eye, but every eye was dead. Every wall shimmered, not with light, but with the sweat of old souls. Chains didn't hang, they crawled, as if searching for throats to remember. The shackles writhed, not in malice, but in longing for pain. Zeus was alone, but it wasn't a natural solitude. It felt like walking through the dream of a dead god, passing through corpses that had never been buried, but still screamed in silence. Time didn't flow. There was no above, no below, only the pulse of stillness itself. And just as his bones began to recall the shape of madness, he heard it. A single beat, like time itself remembered how to shiver. A second beat, as if something in here still refused to die. Zeus turned, slowly moved toward the far end of the prison, where darkness was thicker than understanding, colder than death. Then he saw it, one eye, open, not speaking, but seeing everything. A red eye that did not blink, did not ask who. It said, "Finally!" It was the Cyclops, not dead, still there, imprisoned in a cage whose door would never open, but whose heart had never closed. In that moment, Zeus didn't speak, and neither did the eye, but something passed between them, a look that held a promise, and a vengeance, and 1,000 thunderbolts yet unborn. And just like that, the silence ended, the alliance began. Chapter 9. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Liberation of Hell, a pact with beasts. The darkness still held, but it no longer felt like death. It felt like rage, locked in a cage for centuries. Zeus stood in the deepest veins of the earth. Before him, a row of eyes, dozens of arms, breaths heavy enough to break stone. The Cyclops were here, and beside them, 3 of the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, beings who belonged neither to the sky nor the soil. They came from the belly of nothingness and were buried here, with time itself as their jailer. The moment they saw him, the cells roared, chains shuddered, and voices that had been silenced since before creation came crashing back into existence. One voice thundered, "Whose son are you?" Another shouted, "Do you bring blood or betrayal?" The 100-handed stepped forward, each hand a storm, each eye a question, searching for truth in a world made of curses. Zeus did not retreat. He bore no thunderbolt, no shield, no crown, only an oath, bleeding from his throat, every word carved into the marrow of his bones. He said, "I have not come to rule you, nor to resurrect lost glories. I have come to burn the name that caged you, to break the time that forgot you." One Cyclops laughed. "Without strength? Without a thunderbolt?" Zeus stepped closer, lifted his bare hand, pointed to the chains, and whispered like fire being born, "I don't need strength. I've come to unleash it." The eldest Cyclops stepped forward, his body like a collapsed mountain, a broken sword embedded in his back, left there by time as a mark of refusal. He pulled it from his flesh and handed it to Zeus. "Whoever breaks these chains," he said, "is no mere leader. He is a murderer of time itself." Zeus took the blade. It wasn't forged in fire, but in betrayal and silence. With every strike on the iron, the earth screamed, the fire clapped, hell opened its mouth and welcomed him. The chains cracked, wall after wall, cry after cry, until it felt like the cosmos itself was unraveling in reverse. The first to be freed, the Cyclops. He opened his eye, as if seeing stars for the very first time. Then, one of the 100-handed, and when he lifted his arms, they fell like a storm of boulders upon the earth. In a single breath, the core of the world quaked. Roars, howls, screams, and then a sound no tongue could describe, as if someone had split the heart of hell in two. The beasts emerged. They did not walk like soldiers. They surged like explosive vengeance, burning with an ancient hate. Zeus did not smile, did not celebrate, did not welcome them. He simply said, "The war begins now, and it ends only when time itself falls." And so, hell broke. The beasts were free, hope returned, but it came not as a whisper. It came as a roar that will never be forgotten. Chapter 10. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Time provoked, the awakening of Cronus before the flood. Cronus did not awaken like a man returning from death. He rose like one tired of sleep itself. The body that once strangled time would not be undone by poison, nor stirred by prophecy. But he felt something, not fear, but change, as if the earth had begun to shed its skin and the sky was whispering thunder into rebellion. He opened his eyes. The ceiling quaked. He stood, and the walls screamed. It wasn't light that disturbed him. It was the sense that the world had dared to breathe without his permission. He spat on the floor and growled, "Who woke the kingdoms before I spoke? Who dared to whisper a name I did not release?" In the shadows, he did not see ghosts. He saw intentions. He didn't remember his children. He sniffed out betrayal in the marrow of the world. He saw the earth, splitting in dream or waking, not from fear but in preparation for war. He saw a forest he did not recognize, cradling something that resembled him, but was not of his blood. He saw the sky, smiling, not with love, but with contempt. Then came the voice. It wasn't a threat. It was a declaration. "Your son doesn't want your throne. He wants to burn the clock." Cronus laughed, not with comfort, but with the calm of a storm about to rise. Then he roared, and Mount Othrys shuddered. His voice cracked the air like a stone cracking a crown. "Summon my brothers! Someone has mistaken lightning for root." When the Titans gathered, Cronus's presence said thunder, before his mouth even moved. His skin did not sweat. It exhaled ash. His eyes did not gleam. They burned. He stood among them like a king meant to die 1,000 times and never fall once. Hyperion stepped forward, his stride the weight of earthquakes. "We heard your roar. Was it a dream? Or did someone stir your ancient rage?" Cronus replied, the air around him crumbling like it could no longer hold itself. "The traitor laced my wine with poison, but it didn't kill me. It gave birth to lightning, from a cave I thought was my grave." He looked at them, not as brothers, but as pillars of an empire cracking at their base. "Zeus lives, my son, whose voice I swallowed before his first cry, has returned, not to claim the throne, but to burn time itself." The whole fell silent. Koios stepped forward, brow clenched in the shadow of a mourning past. "We believed him dead. Who freed him? Who fooled you?" Cronus growled. "The traitor, Rhea. She carried my child, then buried me in a lie, fed with the poison of time. But it doesn't matter. Betrayal doesn't alter fate. It accelerates it." Iapetus spoke next, his voice like a blade. "And the others? The children you devoured?" Cronus laughed. It wasn't mockery. It was contempt for mockery itself. "They escaped, one by one, as if my gut were never a grave. but a prophecy, vomiting its own curse. Atlas stepped forward. He did not ask, he threatened. Then this means war? Cronus's reply was not a command. It was a carving etched into steel. War? We haven't started it, but they have. It's time we reshape our fury. Hyperion asked, "Shall we divide the sky?" Cronus said, "No, let's drown it. Reforge the armies of Mount Othrys. We want no allies, only executioners. I want poison sown into the dirt, blades planted in the shadows, eyes watching every crack in the earth." Creus, seething, added, "You still think Rhea was the only traitor? You forgot that time doesn't obey forever." Cronus approached him, didn't raise his voice. "I made no mistake. I simply gave them time, enough to fool themselves into thinking the sun could change." He spat again on the ground. "As for the earth, let it turn against me. Gaia gave me the sickle. Now she forges lightning for another. But she's forgotten. Lightning is not born alone. It must be nailed to a crucified age." That night, the forges of the mountain blazed, not to craft weapons, but to summon the rage buried in the bones. There was no official war cry, because the war had already begun. The moment Cronus awoke and found lightning in the sky and treason in his gut. Chapter 11. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the return of the lightning when Zeus returned with an army from hell. The sky above Olympus was dead, silent as a wound that refused to heal, and the siblings stood at the edge, not waiting for a name nor a form, but for something their hearts knew was coming. Hades said nothing. Poseidon bit his lip until it bled. Hera lifted her eyes skyward but dared not cry. Metis stood like a shadow searching for its sun. Hestia clutched the flame close to her chest, reading the silence as if it were a prophecy. Then the wind changed. The scent of the earth turned to fire. The heartbeat of stone shifted, and from a depth no one had named, a sound began to rise. The southern ridge of the mountain cracked open, and the first of them emerged. Not man, not God, a storm with hands, a creature with 50 faces, a voice that made mountains fold in on themselves when it spoke. The Hecatoncheires had returned, not as soldiers, but as explosions born from the womb of the world. Behind them walked the architects of terror, the Cyclopes. Their eyes scorched shadow, their chests forged thunder before it was even conceived. And then, at the summit of stone, standing like hell itself feared him, Zeus appeared. His body torn, yet no one saw weakness. His hair whipped in a flame only gods could see. His eyes did not look at them. They looked through them, as if he had returned from a world with no name, to create a new one. Poseidon stepped forward. He said nothing, but he knelt. Hera looked upon him, and a tear fell, not out of sorrow, but as an admission, something greater than love, something dangerously close to fear. Hades frowned, then said quietly, "You were late, but you've brought something we've never known before." Hestia held the flame tighter and whispered, "He's back, but he is not the same." Zeus descended in a single step, and the mountain moved with him. He stood before them and spoke, not with a voice, but with the eruption of a volcano made of will. "I've been beneath the earth, where light chokes, where screams vanish, where death is not an ending, but a passage. And I've returned, but not as I was. From this day on, we are not children of fear, nor heirs of regret. We are gods, And these are not monsters, they are my army. He turned, and behind him the Cyclopes knelt, the Hecatoncheires knelt, as if the earth itself acknowledged the reign of lightning. Zeus raised his hand, but no bolt flew, only silence, a silence so deep even the universe held its breath. And then he said, "From this moment on, we write the story in our own blood. We do not ask for the throne, we take it. We do not negotiate with the sun, we forge a new dawn." And with that, the chapter ended, and for the first time, the sky applauded. Chapter 12 from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The gathering of the Titans, the stone table. They gathered where Olympus had not yet been born, in the heart of Mount Othrys, where ancient magma had frozen from centuries of waiting, and every stone bore the memory of tyranny. This was no hall. It was a volcanic crater turned throne. Shadows moved not in fear, but in reverence. Silence did not mean absence. It meant the air was dense with danger. Kronos sat first, but none followed. The Titans stood around him, like lightning circling a storm. Hyperion, his eyes burning, as if the sun awaited his command. Coeus, deep as an abyss that had forgotten its bottom. Iapetus, his fist twitching, grinding the air like it owed him something. Crius, still as death, but heavy with the tension of impending impact. Kronos raised his head, his matted hair no longer a crown, but the mark of fire. His eyes narrowed, as if time itself was trying to pass through them. He said, "From this moment forward, those who came from our own blood are no longer children. They are blueprints of betrayal." Hyperion stepped forward, smiling, but his smile gave no warmth.
"So we slaughter them?"
Kronos replied, "No, we'll burn their potential. We will abort their rebellion before it takes root atop any mountain." Coeus interjected, his voice like iron hammering iron. "Zeus hasn't declared war yet. Perhaps we can draw him in, offer him shared rule, drain him from within." Kronos turned to him, a glare like a blade. "Zeus does not want half a throne. He wants me, dead beneath his feet." He slammed his forearm against the table, a slab of stone aged by 1,000 volcanoes, shattering it into shards. "Anyone who offers peace to lightning burns." Silence returned. Then Creus spoke. "And Gaia, your mother's no longer with you." Kronos walked to the only beam of light pouring from the ceiling, stared up into it as if challenging the sky itself. "Gaia gave me the sickle. Now she sculpts a thunderbolt for the traitor's son. No matter. I didn't swallow him back then, so I'll swallow him now." Hyperion growled, "Let the sun speak. I will blind every eye that dares rise from Olympus." Iapetus laughed, a sound sharp as a crack in the world. "Then let's begin, but slowly. Let's strangle the forest before its roots touch the mountain." Kronos stepped to the center of the shattered stone, and with his nail etched a map into the rock, not of places, but of words, enemies, lightning, forest, fire, mother, rebellion, end. Then he said, "This is not a prophecy, it's my plan." The Titans all stood. Kronos declared, "Redraw the world, without wombs, without skies." And that evening, the crust of Mount Othrys split open once more, and from its crack came the first line in the epic of war. Chapter 13. From the Titan War. Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Pact of the Seven Mountains. The First War Council of Olympus. This was no ordinary day on Mount Olympus. It was a day the earth gasped. Not from pain, but from the birth of an idea. Zeus no longer rose from beneath the ground. He stood upon it, etching a new map of thrones across its face. Wonder had passed. Wonder belonged to yesterday, when the lightning returned, leading an army from hell. But now was the hour of war. The siblings gathered at the summit of Olympus, the highest point no age had yet defiled, no authority had dared to touch. Zeus stood at the center, Poseidon perched upon a stone pulsing with invisible tides. Hades lingered in the shadows, even the mountains seemed to avoid his gaze. Hera stood behind them, not as a woman, but a widow of war. Demeter cupped the soil in her hands, breathing it in, as if the earth whispered secrets only she could hear. Hestia said nothing, but the flame in her chest breathed, cautiously. Then, Hades spoke. For the first time, his voice didn't come from his mouth, but from the hollows of absence itself. We were in shadow, but we were never dead. We were inside our Father, but we were not broken. We are the unseen, but we are not the defeated. Poseidon raised his stone trident, his voice like a sea storm breaking chains. Enough talk. Let us strike.
We don't need a council, we need a blow.
But Hestia, in her terrifying calm, replied, "Every fire begins with a spark, and every spark needs a safe place to ignite. We are not just siblings, we are a vision, and no vision survives if it bleeds." Zeus lifted his voice. "We are not here to mourn the past, nor to curse our father. We are here to swear that what is born on this mountain will not be mere rebellion. It will be a foundation for a war that will rise from earth and strike the sky." He reached down, and Gaia, from deep within her belly, raised 7 stones, each one a mountain in waiting. Zeus said, "We shall divide the land as we would divide war. 7 mountains, 7 leaders, 7 weapons." I take Olympus. Poseidon claims Mount Thessaly. Hades descends into the depths of Erebus. Hera builds her base in the north. Demeter will reign over the plains. Hestia guards the center, and the Hecatoncheires. They will be our roaming storm. No land, only enemies. Silence fell, but the mountain began to hum, as if the earth itself had agreed. Or perhaps something beneath in Tartarus was listening. Then Zeus declared, "From this moment forward, anyone who touches this mountain becomes part of this oath, an oath not spoken but ignited." They all rose, placed their hands upon the 7 stones, and in that moment, the first war council of Olympus was born. No ink was spilled, only the pulse of flesh and regret. And so, rebellion was not just declared, it was born. Chapter 14. From the Titan War, clash of weapons, and the fall of time. The birth of the first lightning, when a weapon was forged for the sake of a scream. The pact of the 7 mountains had barely cooled when the question began to rot in the belly of silence. How do you break thrones? What kind of hand can strike down a titan without breaking itself? Rage alone was not enough. It needed an edge. It needed a sound that could split bone, not just air. Zeus was the first to speak. He didn't shout. He didn't preach. His voice flickered, like a flash that hadn't yet struck. "I don't want a war of words. I want a lightning bolt, one that, if it falls, brings the wall of the sky down with it." They turned their eyes to the mountains, to those who hadn't been summoned since the first revolt, to the beings who didn't speak. They forged. The Cyclopes, 3 brothers, Brontes, whom thunder mimics, Steropes, whose touch makes fire scream. Arges, who doesn't see light, he creates it. They emerged from beneath the molten rock. They wore no armor. Their skin carried metal like a curse. Each had one eye, but that single eye saw what no heart could bear.
They did not kneel. They did not salute. They did not ask questions.
The eldest said, "Show us who you want to burn, and we will forge you a fire that only dies when your voice does." Poseidon cried out, "Not in thirst, but like a man drowning from how long he's been waiting. I want a spear, one that when it strikes the continents tremble. When it's raised, kingdoms split like paper boats." Hades didn't request, he whispered, "Make me a shadow, one that life forgets, a helmet not to hide my head, but to make existence forget I was ever there." And so, fire began to do what screams could not. In the depths of a valley the sun had never seen, the Cyclopes ignited their forges, not with coal, but with hell older than myth. They hammered iron. The first spark fell like the sigh of the earth being cut from her own side. They crafted 3 weapons, unlike anything the world had ever held. Zeus's lightning bolt was not fire. It pulsed. It throbbed like the very nerve of vengeance. Brontes handed it over and said, "If your hand trembles, it will ignite you. If you lie to it, it will burn your tongue." Poseidon's trident didn't move. It roared. So long it felt like the sea itself had been compressed into its shape. Steropes said, "If you are the ocean, you'll need no ship. This spear is drowning for those who do not know the path of wrath." Hades' helmet was not spoken of. Argus didn't say a word when he gave it. He simply placed it on the ground, and it vanished. Then he said, "Whoever wears it will not return as they were, not because it hides them, but because it shows them what should never be seen." Zeus stood and raised the bolt, but it did not blaze. Argus, without lifting his gaze, said, "Lightning does not serve those who don't know its name. Carry its weight before you dare command it." Did Zeus rage? No. He lowered his eyes and understood. The Cyclopes did not wait for thanks. They closed their forges and vanished as they came, without warning, without farewell. But in the air, something remained, as if the fire used to forge those weapons hadn't been extinguished. It was waiting. And so the weapons were born, but the war was still in the womb. Chapter 15. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Spies of Shadow, Dolos watches. Who watches the light when it sets itself on fire? In the camp of Cronus, where no flames dared be lit, lest the sky see their shape. And no one slept without a blade beneath their head, even night itself trembled from the scent of treachery. Deep within the lowest cavern of Mount Othrys, Cronus stood, not as a king, but as a wall, trying to block out the echo of an approaching end. Hyperion smirked and muttered, "You see, they're not building an army. They're composing a poem of rebellion." But Cronus said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the shadow, that living scar, emerging from the stone like it had been carved from darkness older than time. Dolos, he didn't walk, he slid, like sorrow sliding across the skin of a city too tired to cry. He came toward Cronus, no raised head, no sound to announce his arrival, because Dolos never enters, he simply is. And then he spoke. Not with a voice, but like a wound torn open in the wall of truth. "I've watched your son's camp, my lord. I did not see him gather siblings." Cronus lifted his gaze. "Then what did you see?" Dolos replied, "He's gathering kingdoms." Hyperion fell silent. He stepped back, as if the shadows had brushed his skin. Dolos continued, his tone like claws carving the air. He's made every mountain a banner, and every banner a nation. He didn't assign leaders by blood, but by vision. He hasn't raised an army. He's forged the first state of fury. He moved closer. He didn't whisper. He bled words. The Hecatoncheires are with him. The Cyclopes forged his weapons, and Gaia is no longer just his mother. She's become his land. Cronus lowered his eyes, as if hiding from his own shadow. He's still just a boy. But Dolos answered, like ripping a thread out of time itself. You were a boy too, when you cut the sky open. He paused, then whispered, The earth no longer speaks your language. Something flickered in Cronus's chest, but he did not show it. Dolos added, I sent my shadows, but the ones there walk on 2 legs. Just then, Iapetus entered, his voice sharp. Who? Dolos turned to him, and his answer landed like a slap. The lightning itself. It is not just illuminating the sky. It's spying on us. It sees every intention before it's even born. He waved his hand, and the wall tore open, revealing a map of dark light, outlining Zeus's forces and positions. If you wish to rule the earth, cut out his tongue first. And with that, Dolos vanished, as silently as he came, but his shadow remained, like a sentence not yet spoken, a truth still breathing beneath the stone. Every revolution begins in light, but its ending is always written in the shadows. Chapter 16. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The first drop of blood, the skirmish before the war. Blood is never spilled in vain, even when it's just a prelude. The night was silent, but Dolos was whispering. He slid from Cronus's shadow, leaned close to his ear, and bled out the first poison. Your son is not gathering siblings. He's gathering kingdoms. The sky no longer murmurs your name. It writes prophecies for another. Cronus didn't shout. He simply turned, slow, deliberate, and fixed his gaze on Crius, that titan who made the earth tremble with each step. In a voice that dripped like venom, Cronus said, Go, take your men, watch Olympus. I want to know, is this a prophecy or a betrayal? But don't engage. Leave as light as you arrive. Crius did not reply. He was not a creature of words. His vows were footsteps that left stone bleeding. He chose warriors, not men who throw swords, but those who plant them in throats, as if sowing seeds for a winter yet to come. Their mission was clear. No battle, no noise, just answers. But when they reached the fringes of Olympus, they saw what none of them expected. Not just brothers, not rebels, but an army. Eyes that gleamed like meteors, hearts breathing like mountains waking from sleep. Soldiers made of flame, creatures torn from Tartarus itself, standing in silence. No orders, no banners, only the readiness to burn. Crius choked on the sight but did not flinch. He turned to one of his men and said, Take them. Slice their necks in silence. Let us write the first word, before the war dares turn a page. They struck, betrayal in the dark, a dagger in the spine of the first sentinel, an arrow through the throat. The kind of death you only hear when the body hits the ground, but treachery doesn't stay silent for long. From beneath the soil, Hades rose, not like a shadow, but like a sentence passed by time itself. He met Crius's eyes and said, You're the ones who screamed first, so take my answer. And then, Fire, Hades' blade carved through the battlefield like a coffin splitting dry earth. His forces surged, and the southern plains ignited. It wasn't a skirmish. It was a ritual, a sacrificial prelude where rage rehearsed its first anthem of war. Some fled, some fell, but the blood remained. And when Creus returned to Cronus, he brought no report, only the stench of defeat soaked into his skin. Back on Olympus, Zeus stood. He gazed at the earth, still wet with blood, and spoke. The blade that never struck was sharpened today. The war has not begun, but it has opened its eyes. Chapter 17, from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The call to leave. Rhea walks away from war. When the mother left, before the battle began, after the first drop of blood had been spilled, after the wounded guards dragged their pain back to the summit with sparks in their eyes and the scent of an inevitable war thick in their breath, silence crept across Olympus, but not the peace of stillness, rather the kind of silence that stands before an earthquake. The mountains were bracing, the weapons were being sharpened, maps of flame were laid out by gods, and she stood apart, even while standing among them. Rhea stood at the edge of the peak. The wind tore at her cloak, a cloak no longer meant for warmth and no longer fit for waiting. She looked into Zeus and saw not just thunder, but a cruelty flashing behind his gaze. She saw in Hades a silence, like open graves filled with questions no god dares answer, and in Poseidon a restless tide, not awaiting the moon, but thirsting for blood. They were her sons, but they were no longer boys. The war had burned the child out of them, leaving only the outline of gods forged for battle. That night, between tent smoke and the dim sigh of moonlight, she chose to speak her final words. She came to Hestia first. Didn't whisper, just looked deep into her sister-daughter's eyes and said, "Keep your fires warm. Don't let them turn to ash." Then to Poseidon, she placed her hand gently on his head, as she had when he was small. "The wave is merciless, but never forget the land was your mother too." She stopped in front of Hades, who never raised his eyes, but he didn't have to. "When the sun disappears, you will be the light. Don't extinguish yourself." And finally, she walked to Zeus, the son she once hid in a cave, now leading storms with the fury of a world reborn. She placed her hand on his heart and whispered, "I didn't hide you to make you a killer. I hid you so you could live. But if life must now be paid in death, then never forget, you were born from the womb of a woman, not the mouth of a volcano." She stepped back, and with every step, a piece of her title peeled away. She was no longer the mother, but the one who chose exile. At the mountain's edge, she turned one last time to look upon her 3 sons, their hands clutching the fate of the heavens. And then she said,
"I spent a lifetime in war. Now I only wish to live what's left of it, in silence."
She walked toward the old cave, the one where she once hid the first thunder of her bloodline. She left no tears, no weapons, only an extinguished heart, and a vow to disappear. From there, she continued to the farthest edge of the world, where the priestesses dwell, where no scent of iron dares linger, where thunder has no name, where titans are forgotten, and to them she surrendered, like one who walks into darkness, smiling.
Don't ask me who I am, she told them. I was a mother, in a world that shows no mercy to mothers.
From that day forward, Rhea's face was never seen in battle. Her name was never mentioned in council. She faded, like a flame in the presence of a storm. And with her, the age of motherhood ended, and the age of lightning began.
Chapter 18.
From the Titan War, clash of weapons and the fall of time. The declaration of war. When time drew its blade. When time decided to speak, and not in mercy. There was nothing left to delay. Blood had been spilled, the mother had walked away, and the armies were bearing their arms. Night crept to devour the day, but Mount Othrys refused to sleep. In the thick of that silence, when the wind howled with nothing left to strike, Cronus emerged, not merely as a king, but as time itself, ready to cut through his own eternity. His body still bore the marks of his long stupor, but his eyes had turned into graves where mercy was buried. He stood atop the rock where the Titans were once born, that cursed altar of beginnings, with the sickle in hand, not rusted, never rusted, a blade that once drank the blood of the sky and fed the earth with Uranus's ruin. He raised it, then drove it down, not to split the ground, but to wake it. The soil cracked beneath him, writhed like it had just heard time scream. The stone itself splintered, as though it heard a call it wished to forget. And then he spoke, words like tombs cracking open. From this moment, no mercy. From this day forward, no brotherhood. The sky belongs not to those born beneath it, but to those who set it on fire. He looked down from the peak, a tempest with a voice, and beneath him gathered the Titans, each carrying a history forged in flame, each remembering betrayal like it was yesterday. Then Cronus roared, "You think I fear lightning? I once swallowed it. It slept inside me like an orphan, and now it dares to call itself a god. He is no son. He is a bolt, born of betrayal. From now on, we don't ask where the blood came from. We ask only on whom it shall be poured." He scanned their faces, burned into the same history. This war is not for a throne. It's for time itself. Time will learn that a father is not dethroned, and that what came from beneath us shall return beneath us. Creus spoke, his voice like stone collapsing on stone. We are not a family. We are the wound, and when we bleed, the world will drown. Coeus followed. We are the prophecy unwritten, but every mountain remembers. Hyperion roared, I will turn the sun into a spear, one that melts Zeus before his eyes even open. And Iapetus, he said nothing, but his gaze was a promise of ruin too ancient to be written. Then the mountain rumbled. Othrys itself shook. The clouds split open above them, as if the sky had heard what should never be said. The sound of the sickle echoed through the deep earth, and the scent of war began to rise, not like fire, but like the idea of fire, moments before ignition, and Cronus declared it, like carving a new age into the flesh of time. I am time, and today I draw the blade. And thus began the first year, a year not counted in months, but in bolts of lightning and rivers of blood. Chapter 19. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The War Map. The land that never sleeps. Before the first drop of blood was spilled, hell was divided into 4 directions. That night, Olympus was no longer a mountain. It was the chest of the world, holding its breath, just before the scream. Above it, skies torn open with expectation. Beneath it, soil saturated with the scent of blood not yet shed. They gathered there, the great commanders of Olympus, not to debate whether to fight, but to carve the cosmos into killing fields. Zeus stood in the center, not as a god, but as a storm walking on two legs. His voice rolled like a thundercloud about to rupture. We do not fight for vanity. We do not hurl lightning into darkness without aim. We are here to redraw this world in fire. Metis stepped forward. She carried no sword, only a flame. She knelt and placed it on the ground, and the earth opened, not in violence, but like a heart revealing its first wound. From the wound came no scroll, no paper, only ancient scars, pulsing from the planet's core, alive, speaking, her voice dripped with time. This is not a war, it is an awakening, and those who don't know where they stand will lie beneath the ground, not upon it. The first front, the sky. The battlefield of sacred fire. There is no ground to stand on, no shadow to shield you from the sun, only light screaming. Hyperion leads the Titans, the eternal sun at his back, but facing him, Zeus, the thunder incarnate. He doesn't fight with blades, he strikes with storms. He doesn't walk, he soars, like a prophecy unchained from the clouds. Zeus declared, "This front is not for warriors, but for those who dare carve a throne from lightning." The second front, the sea. The waves don't speak, they drown, depths without bottom, foam hiding sunken cities swallowed by forgotten oracles. Crius commands the Titans, a shadow beneath the tide. He does not attack, he looms like a wall that cannot be read, but across him stands the god who loathes stillness, Poseidon. From the tide he raises an army that does not march, it roars. He growled, "This sea won't bring rain today. It will be a mass grave, and I will fill it with the bodies of tyrants." The third front, the earth. It is not firm, it writhes, its rocks bleed, its dust speaks in the tongue of beasts. There from the chasms, they rose, the Hecatoncaries, Briareus, Cottus, Gyges, giants with 100 hands, their limbs not made for planting life, but for burying it. And from Olympus's side, the earth emerged as a woman, Demeter, not to bloom flowers today, but death. She whispered, "This earth, sown by Cronus with fear, will harvest today." His corpse, now the fourth front, the stronghold, the heart of Olympus, a citadel between battlefronts, not a place for retreat, but for resolve. From here, war is commanded, and from here emerges what the map does not mention, the secret Eagle Division, their numbers unknown, their leader unnamed. They arrive only when death reaches the throat. Artemis, the strategist who does not fight, said, "The eagles don't come to wage war. They come to restore what cannot be healed, or to drag from the jaws of Hades those not yet dead." And within the fortress, Hades, seated like the world's shadow, he spoke, crushing a fallen soldier's skull between his fingers. "The others fight to avoid death. I create it and reshape it as I see fit." Then Zeus spoke again. But it was no longer the voice of a leader. It was the voice of the cosmos itself. "We are not entering war. We are inscribing the map in fire. And lightning does not lose its way when it chooses to burn." The war had not yet begun, but already the earth trembled, because it knew that the first step taken upon it would be the last step,
for many. Chapter 20. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The army of thunder, Olympus divides its fire. When the Alliance wore armor made of thunder and shadow in the hall of the 7 stones, where the true face of war was unveiled, Zeus stood at the center, not as a brother, but as a war-born commander, chosen by lightning and planted in the storm by prophecy. Behind him, it wasn't mountains that stood, it was names. The names that forged Olympus, names that would not fall easily. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Demeter, Hestia, Hera. 6 siblings. But tonight, they were elements of war incarnate. Zeus, the throne of lightning. He was not merely the son of a rebellion. He was the child of every broken promise, a storm that refused to die. His weapon, the grand thunderbolt, forged from celestial metal, the breath of stars, and the hammer blows of the Cyclopes. But weapons mean nothing unless held by a hand that will never tremble. When Zeus screams into the sky, the winds scream back. When he hurls the bolt, truth splits into 2. Before the strike and after, he leads the thunder core, a force meant to pierce the enemy to its core. He doesn't just fight, he ignites the war itself. Poseidon, the deep quake. When he walks, the earth heaves. When he roars, rain obeys. His weapon, the trident, not merely a spear, but a spine torn from the sea itself. A thrust that wounds both land and soul. Poseidon does not speak much, for he believes waves are not to be explained, but to be survived. He commands the depth legion, water mages, tide riders, and abyssal giants. They do not come from the sea. They turn the land into sea. Hades, Lord of the Shadows. The only one who does not fear death because he dwells within it. You won't see Hades, but you'll feel his chill on your skin and hear his name in your blood's shiver. His weapon, the helm of invisibility. Once worn, he becomes the untouchable shadow, silent, fatal. He commands the phantom division, spirits who do not speak, bodies you cannot see, and blades that never gleam, but always strike. He does not enter battle from the front, but from where no one dares to look. Hades does not declare war. He ends it. Demeter, mistress of the soil. She appears gentle, but we forget the earth was the first killer. When angered, crops choke and roots die screaming. Her weapon, the scepter of fertility and death. When she raises it, forests bloom. When she twists it, they die standing. She commands the earthen host, root warriors, forest sentinels, and the stone-speaking seers. Their mission, to reshape the land itself in the image of war. Hestia, flame of hearth and fury. She was the firstborn and the last to speak. But those who forget the small flame wake up burning. Hestia doesn't shout. She ignites. She doesn't charge the field, but she warms the hearts of allies and scorches the minds of enemies. Her weapon,
the flame of first pulse. Wherever she places it, the place becomes sacred, or ash. She supports the earth division, leads the rites, and keeps the fires burning even in the shadows of death. Hera, pride that will not bow. She doesn't scream on the battlefield. She turns the battlefield into a theater. She doesn't stand at the front. She makes the front lines fight each other. Her eyes burn not to destroy, but to humiliate. Her tongue drips with honey and poison. Hera doesn't start wars. She whispers them into being, choosing who must die first. Her weapon? The queen's rod. Not used to strike, but to point, and whomever she points to doesn't fall in battle. They fall in shame. She supports the armies of Olympus from the unseen edge, sending words into the ears of commanders, watching them tear each other apart, trying to fulfill her suggestion. She hates chaos, but she worships the moment when leadership collapses from within. Hera is not a general. She is the shadow of the throne, blameless, untouchable, yet the spark behind every downfall. Metis, the mind unseen. She carries no weapon, rides no storm, but her mind shifts the tides of war. If Zeus thinks to strike, it was Metis who timed it. If Poseidon roars, it is because Metis read his wave and restrained its madness. She commands no legion, she orchestrates them all. She whispers to the map, plants doubt in destiny, and draws the plan as if she were speaking with fate itself. You won't find her on the front lines, because she lives in every decision. The Eagle Division, the fatal enigma. No one knows who leads them. No one knows their number. No one knows when they'll strike. But it is said, Zeus once declared the eagles fly only twice, once to shatter everything, and once to save it all. When you see them, you know the end is near. That night, there was only one vow shared across Olympus, to die like gods or survive like legends. Chapter 21. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The army of Mount Othrys, warlords of tyranny and the blade of time. When injustice wore armor and raised a legion of stone, on the night the mountains refused to sleep, in a chamber where even light entered in fragments like grief, Cronus sat upon a throne, not forged of gold, but of the ashes of ages. His eyelids didn't blink, his chest didn't rise, but the earth beneath him trembled like a captive heart. That meeting would be the last spoken in words, what followed would be written in blood. Before him stood Hyperion, Atlas, Iapetus, Menoetius, Koias, Erebus, Creus, Thaumas, Perses, 9 faces of conquest, 9 columns of tyranny, each of them a wall strong enough to bury an era. They weren't soldiers, they were forces of collapse, each carrying within them an invisible blade forged not of steel but of purpose. But before they could speak, Cronus did. He said, "From now on the sky has no guards, we decide its shape. From now on, no god shall be born unless upon the ashes of a brother. From now on, only I shall speak, and time will obey." And then he rose. Not like a man, but like time itself, rising from the grave, dragging centuries with it. His body was cracked with regret, but his voice was clay struck by thunder. Cronus's power was not of flesh or flame. It was an idea. That when time grows angry, It neither warns, nor forgives, nor errs. He alone could slow the world until motion chokes, then speed it up until a blade cuts before it's seen. In his hand, a sickle, but in his eyes, pits of darkness that had never healed. The legend says, those who stood against him didn't die from the wound. They died from the realization that time itself had rejected their existence. And those who served him, they were not men, they were seasons chosen to write the world's ending in the language of ruin. Hyperion, the first eye of fire, not just a sun, but a sunrise that incinerates those who come too soon. When his eyelids lift, distance burns. When he's enraged, daylight falls dead. He said, I will not fight them. I'll bury them beneath a sun that never sleeps. His troops, sons of blinding light, wielding radiance as blade and blaze, as oath. Atlas, the pillar that won't fall, the one who bore the heavens and never bent. He knows no truce, calls no backup, every step like a mountain in motion. He said, if I fall, then know the war is over. He's summoned when all weapons fail, his army, bearers of stone, titans of support in siege, Iapetus, the bare blade of wrath. His arm is not muscle, but the memory of all broken things. His grip does not hold, it fractures. When he roars, bones shudder with guilt. He said, I don't need a weapon. I am the weapon. His followers, collision-born beasts who don't threaten, they strike. Menetius, the exiled lightning, once struck by a thunderbolt but never shattered. He is rage untrained, a grin bleeding joy, a sneer that mocks death. He said, no one exiles me. I drag myself from hell to drag them in. His warriors, banished souls, spirits that don't belong to the earth, but burn it. Coius, the architect of collapse. His mind is a blade that doesn't cut, it convinces stone to crumble. He plots in silence, planting ruin inside the nervous system of nations. He said, let them win first, then we'll teach them the pain of understanding. His forces, engineers of division, soldiers who make enemies destroy themselves. Erebos, the voice of absence, unseen, unscented, untouched but always there. Shadows obey him, and light fears his name. He doesn't fight, he erases. He said, every unguarded light turns into a curse. His army, masters of disappearance, striking intentions before they're born. Krios, the silence that stuns. He doesn't speak, he doesn't move, yet earth bows when he stands. He is the quake you never see, the blow that gives no signal. He said, I won't march to them. I'll let them spiral until they collapse inside themselves. His men, silent destroyers. They don't shout, they bring ceilings down. Thaumas, the sea's first thunder, born of storm, raised by wave. He is wind that carries stone and clouds that crush instead of rain. He said, I'll make their waters graves, and their salt, ash. His force, riders of the ocean's fury, beasts you don't catch, you drown in. Perses, the whispering flame. He doesn't scream, he rises. Each spark from him is a promise of ruin. He moves like smoke, kills like a meteor. He said, I'll enter their chests as heat and exit through their eyes as dust. His legion, quiet engines of inferno, burning before they're seen. Dolus, Cronus's spy, deception walking on two legs. He is the mirror that lies. He smiles, then steals your face. He doesn't invade camps. He builds them. He said, "I don't infiltrate. I fabricate." His agents, face forgers, whisper smugglers, doubt makers. They can even make lightning question its own echo. Cronus's soldiers? They are caves given legs, demigods born from rage, 450,000 strong, though their souls are uncounted. They were birthed in magma, fed on the sweat of terror. And when all was said, Cronus stood atop the edge of his throne, drove his sickle into the ground and declared, "One day they'll say lightning struck," but could not survive the blade of time. Then he looked westward and whispered, "I will extinguish you, like night snuffs out the memory of a dream." No one spoke again. Titans don't repeat themselves, and the sickle of time had begun to sharpen.
Chapter 22. From the War of the Titans. Clash of weapons and the fall of time. The tremor of beginning. Who shall be struck first? The night the gods chose to ignite a flame that would never die. It was the night when everything gathered, prophecy, vengeance, the weapons of gods and ghosts alike. They met in the heart of the seven-stone hall, beneath the shadow of Mount Olympus, a place where wars aren't declared with, "Let the battle begin," but with, "Who deserves to be punished first?" There stood Zeus, not as son, not as brother, but as a thunderbolt clothed in flesh. His eyes pulsed with lightning, yet it was his silence that weighed heavier than thunder. Poseidon stepped forward first, his trident dragging across the stone, carving grooves like ancient wounds, as if the ocean itself refused to wait. He said, "Let me begin. The sea burns with longing. Let me drown their plains before they open their eyes." But Demeter, wrapped in a robe veined with the threads of time, raised her hand, as if cradling the very idea of death. She whispered, "We don't need blood. We need aftermath. Let the first strike be seen from every peak. Let it write our names across the sky." Then spoke Hades, his voice crawling from beneath the bones of the world. He didn't propose. He summoned the scent of endings. "Let me send the shadow first. I'll see death inside their dreams. Let them awaken leaderless, without stars, without heads." But Zeus did not blink. He let them speak, then raised his hand, barely, and whispered, "I won't begin this war in the shadows. I'll begin it in the light." They fell silent, and he looked eastward and said, "The first to rise will be the first to fall." A low rumble echoed through the mountain's bones. He didn't speak the name, but they all heard it. Hyperion, the one who bore the sun on his back, the one whose ribs breathed dawn. He would be the first to learn. Lightning does not tolerate rivals. Zeus said, "The thunder has chosen him." And so it was decided. The sun shall be scourged before its daylight ever arrives, and the sky will never be the same again. Chapter 23. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time, Igniting the Sky, Footsteps toward Fire. When the thunderbolt walked before it struck, it was a morning unlike any other, a moment that didn't mend time, but split it. Zeus stepped out. No declaration, no banner raised, just one step, like an arrow that knows its path even when that path leads through fire. The Olympians stood in the hall of stone. Every gaze followed him. Every breath paused at the sight of that back, walking away without a glance. He took no one with him. He sought no counsel, gave no commands.
He had decided, and that alone was enough to silence the mountains. Behind him, Poseidon clutched his trident, fists trembling with the scream he wouldn't release. Hades stared, unmoving, because shadows do not argue with light. Demeter pressed her hand to the earth, as though begging it not to weep. Hestia was the first to turn her back, because when fire is born of fire, no eyes can extinguish it. Zeus did not descend from Olympus as a god bearing lightning. He descended as judgment, falling on those who had gone too long unpunished. His destination, Ilios, a city not built by man, but carved on the edge of the heavens, where clouds kiss its walls every dawn, and war has never dared to tread since the first age. The ancients say, if Ilios burns, the sky will have no shelter, and the earth no shadow. Across the world, on a throne that never smiles, sat Kronos. He didn't hear news through mouths. The world itself whispered it into his bones. He opened his eyes, didn't ask who, didn't say why. He simply spoke, the one who lit the sky first shall be the first to be extinguished. Then he turned his gaze to the right side of the throne, where Hyperion, the sealed sun, stood, and without raising his voice, Kronos said, "Go." Hyperion didn't answer. There was no room for refusal in that voice, and no room for escape in that heart. The armies stirred, not to fight, but to witness. Both sides, as if by silent pact, understood. This beginning must remain untouched by screams. This battle would not be waged on the earth, but above it. In the forests between Olympus and Orthrus, lesser gods took position. Elite warriors perched in treetop shadows. The Cyclopes held lightning, but did not yet release it. The Hecatonches, the hundred-handed ones, knelt, waiting for the first flash of war. Even night itself held back, as if afraid to enter a war it could never comprehend. Hyperion descended the mountain, trailed by flame, not because he willed it, but because fire dared not leave him. And Zeus, he rose into the sky, thunder at his shoulder, as if the heavens themselves had given him their beating heart. And between these two fates, no words were spoken, only waiting. A silence that made mountains groan, that cracked stone, that scattered birds and stirred unborn hearts. And then, in a moment the cosmos will never forget, they met atop the peak of Ilios. Hyperion said nothing. Zeus didn't need to. Everything in existence understood. The sun and the storm were never meant to meet, but when they did, the world knew the first flame would not be the last. Here the age of waiting ended, and the age of war began. Chapter 24. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Thunder Duel, Zeus versus Hyperion. When lightning meets the sun, nothing in the sky is left unburned. That night, the sky was no longer a sky. It was a witness, holding its breath for the first strike. The mountains made no sound. The clouds dared not drift. The cosmos itself paused. At the edge of Ilios, a city no cloud ever passed without reverence, on a peak so sacred it was said even fire feared to touch it, Zeus stood alone. He held no banner, rested on no glory. He carried only lightning. But even his lightning trembled as if awaiting permission to be born. And then the heavens tore. From that rupture descended a figure who resembled only one thing: the sun in fury, Hyperion, uncle, Titan, wielder of pure flame. From his ribs, daylight was born. When he raged, seasons withered.
His face could not be seen, not because it was hidden, but because the eye itself was too ashamed to meet it. He spoke, not loudly, but with a voice that split the air. "Go back to your cave, son of a treacherous womb. You came not to fight me, but to prove to your mother that you've become a man. Turn back, before I extinguish you like a candle stolen from a sun that forgot where it rises."
Zeus said nothing, but his heart trembled. Was it fear, or was it doubt? A voice crept through his bones. "Is this truly a thunderbolt? Why does the earth not quake? Where is the promised fire? Did the Cyclopes lie? Or have I yet to learn how to wield it?" Hyperion stepped forward. "You don't know what you're doing," he said. "You don't even understand what you carry. Lightning is no toy, Zeus. It's a weapon, and it yields only to those who've burned before they ever held it. Me? I've been burning for thousands of suns." Zeus raised his hand. It shook. Then he roared. "And you don't understand that an unshaded sun scorches us all." He hurled the first thunderbolt in history. Hyperion did not flinch. He opened his palm and drank the light in, as if inhaling the final breath from a dying warrior. "Your thunder," he said, "is sound. My fire is hunger. And I've been starving for ages." He struck with a blade of flame. No, not a blade, a shard from the heart of the first sun. The earth shattered, mountains split, stone rained down like dying stars looking for a grave. Zeus fell back, but did not collapse. In his eyes was the fury of a child who could not understand why no one feared his scream. He unleashed 3 thunderbolts in succession, like stabs from time itself erupting. But the lightning lacked edge, lacked madness. It hesitated, like a war unsure if it had truly begun. Hyperion narrowed his gaze. "Do you know why you scare me, Zeus? Because you don't know your own weakness, and those who don't know their weakness burn the world just to prove they're strong." Then he struck again. His blow tore through Zeus's shoulder, split the stone behind him, and Zeus fell. For the first time, he rolled across the ground, his hand scorched, his chest fractured. But he rose, and within him sparked something new, not from the lightning, but from the pain. "You are the sun," he said, "but I am the thunder that will silence you." Hyperion stared, and in his eyes, for the first time, not rage, but grief. "I could end you now," he said, "but I won't be the one to kill thunder as it learns to crawl. I'll leave you, Zeus, not because you are strong, but because you are not yet ready." He turned, withdrew, not as a coward, but as a star that knows it will rise again. And Zeus did not follow, because what happened there was neither victory nor defeat. It was a proclamation, a warning that the war to come would not be fought with words, but with flame upon flame. And in the sky, a red mark remained, visible at every sunrise. They say it is the scar of that first meeting between lightning and the sun. And from that day on, light would never sleep again. Chapter 25. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Ashen whispers, the doubt that shook thunder. When a god breaks on the inside, and no one sees. There was no farewell on the mountain, no greeting on the road. Zeus returned. Ash clung to his shoulder. The thunderbolt rested in his hand, silent, as if it no longer recognized its wielder. The path back to Olympus wasn't long, but each step felt like it pressed against his chest. Every stone he passed whispered, "Why didn't you win?" Every breeze across his face reminded him of that first bolt, the one born without a dawn. A deep silence pressed on his chest, until a voice stirred from within, a voice that sounded like the sky inside him asking, "Am I weak? Was the weapon not what I was promised? Or am I simply not the one worthy of lightning?" He looked at his palm. The thunderbolt was still there, but it did not shine. He whispered to it, "Speak. Burn. Ignite." It said nothing, as if punishing him. Not for failure, but for the hesitation in his grip. He reached the outer edge of the camp. No one asked where he had been. No voices cried, "The leader returns." Only silence. A silence that felt like a slab hidden in the chest of a man who came back with no victory. Hestia saw him, but didn't approach. She lit a small flame and lowered her gaze. Poseidon clenched his fist as if wishing he had been the one to face Hyperion instead. Hades turned his face away, not out of contempt, but because he couldn't bear to watch ghosts crumble. Only Demeter walked toward him. She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You're alive. That's enough for now." But Zeus didn't answer. He walked to his tent, and as soon as he entered, he pulled the curtain closed, hard. Then he screamed. Not a cry of pain, but a roar of thunder whipped from within. The voice of time collapsing beneath the weight of a single word. Why? Elsewhere, on Mount Othrys, Hyperion arrived. Soldiers cleared from his path. The mountains recoiled from his heat. Even night gave him space. Kronos sat upon a throne that had forgotten how to smile. He spoke in a voice as quiet and sharp as a sickle. "Why didn't you finish him?" Hyperion did not meet his eyes. He answered, "Because you don't reap a seed before knowing what it will grow into." Kronos was silent, then asked, "Did you pity him?" Hyperion unwrapped the fire from his hand and said, "I pitied the world if it were to break him before he was even born." Then he walked away without waiting for permission, because he knew Zeus was not just an opponent, he was an idea, one that would grow, and if not understood now, would one day set fire to everything that believed itself beyond thunder. And that night, in his gray tent, Zeus sat on the floor. No throne, no glory, just him, staring at the thunderbolt in his hand. He whispered, "It's not your fault, lightning. It's my hand. It hasn't yet learned how to wound." Then he closed his eyes, and between his fingers, a flicker was born. A small flicker, as if the thunderbolt had begun to remember who it was. If you've made it this far, then you are truly a seeker of knowledge. Support this journey with a kind word, a simple like, or even a small subscription, for its impact is far greater than you think. Your voice is the one that keeps this saga alive. Chapter 26. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Drums beneath the mountain, the tremor's first cry. When the earth speaks before it strikes, and stone begins to smell the scent of water. On Mount Othrys, silence was cruel, but the cruelty of silence doesn't mean peace. It means the pause before chaos. Kronos stood. Shadows stretched behind him, and in front of him stood Creus, a mass that could not be broken. unmoved by glory, untempted by blood. Cronus spoke, his voice like time itself grinding between its teeth. In the last war, they brought me lightning, and it failed to ignite. Now, I shall send them a stone that will not fall. He stepped closer, placed a hand on Creus's chest. Not flesh, but a shell of continent. Your brother Hyperion softened when faced with lightning not yet born. But you are not a heart. You are weight. And now I need weight to finish what others could not. He lifted his sickle eastward toward Olympus, that mountain which lay still, waiting for someone to shatter it. I don't want a sound, I want a result. Creus gave no answer. He never spoke, he acted. He turned, and with each step, time itself buckled beneath him. The earth cracked, not by hand, but by the sheer fact of his movement. Far away, in Olympus, the news arrived. A soldier burst in, breathless, pale, his voice trembling as though the depths themselves had spoken through him. "It's Creus." Silence filled the hall. Then Poseidon's voice erupted, like a fault line snapping beneath the sea. "At last, their weight begins to move." He stood, drove his trident into the ground, and the entire tent shivered, as if the ocean had entered it. He turned to Zeus, then to Hades, Demeter, and Hestia, and declared without request or question, "I am the eldest, and I will prove this mountain won't fall, as your silence did, Zeus." Hades opened his mouth to speak, but Poseidon cut him off. "I don't want shadows that whisper. I don't want thunder that waits for permission. I am the wave, and the wave is not elected. It strikes." Hestia stepped forward, laid a hand on his chest. "Don't forget, when a wave turns into a flood, it may no longer care who is friend and who is foe." He answered, pushing open the flap with his shoulder. "Then let it flood where stone offers no music. Let them see that Olympus builds not with fear, but with clay that hungers for war." And beyond Olympus, the drums began to sound. The deep ones stirred. Water sorcerers, wave riders, the giants of the blue abyss, they all moved. Poseidon didn't walk among them. It was as though the earth itself parted for him, as if it knew this would not be a battle for show, but a clash between what rises from the depths and what falls from the peaks. And on the far edge of the horizon, Creus arrived. He stood atop a continent said never to have known earthquakes, then placed his foot down, and the land split soundlessly. His shadow fell, and the sky above trembled, as if bracing to receive a wound that was rising from beneath. Chapter 27. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Skins beneath fire, the followers clash before the gods fall. When leaders taste the scent of victory, through the blood of their soldiers, in the plains of Oxenias, where the land meets the mist, there was no peace, only a waiting for something that dared not be named. Poseidon's forces arrived first. The deep guard, heralds of the first sea, 200 riders, veiled in waves, armor made from the scales of drowned beasts, spears carved from the fins of the dead. It's said they didn't ride horses. They rode colossal fish that could walk on land when summoned from the abyss. They advanced, and with every step, the sand behind them scattered, as if afraid to touch them twice. But the earth was not empty. From the opposite end, emerged Creus's soldiers, the inescapables, servants of gravity. 300 warriors carved from ancient rock, bodies of living stone, etched with runes of eternal balance. They did not speak, they did not run, they marched, each step like a contract signed in destruction. Then the ground split, and down stepped their sub-commander, Seragon, the fracture-born giant. His voice, like a warning from the mountain itself, spoke, "You chose the land. Then bury it yourselves." The earth ignited. The first collision lit the face of war with fire. The deep guard struck first. Water burst from beneath the sands, and crawling whales erupted, devouring the front lines. But Creus's warriors didn't flinch, didn't blink. Seragon lifted his hand. Time warped around him, and he commanded, "Do not fight them. Let them fall beneath their own weight." Gravity bent. The sea riders staggered. The waves they rode turned back on them. Their swords grew heavier, too heavy to lift. Then one of the deep guard captains, Unamar, roared, "We are not mortals to be crushed by the weight of stone!" He leapt, rising from a trembling pool, and drove his spear into one of the stone-born warriors. A flash of light exploded, but the rock did not crack. It absorbed the blow, and then returned it, through the pressure of gravity itself. Unamar sank into the earth, gone. 50 of Poseidon's riders fell. The rest withdrew. Not defeated entirely, but certainly not victorious. They retreated toward the valley, dragging their wounds behind them, and as they fled, the ground sealed shut, as if the earth itself was closing its mouth on a secret not meant to be told. Back in Poseidon's camp, silence ruled. The returning soldiers bowed their heads. Their hearts spilled more seawater than blood. Poseidon looked upon them, not with anger, but with searching. Then he said calmly, "We've lost soldiers, but we've learned a mountain won't fall to sand. It needs a flood." And in the opposite camp, Creus watched from on high. He didn't smile, didn't move. He only said, "If they bring a wave, I will bury it under the weight of the sky." Chapter 28. From War of the Titans, clash of weapons and the fall of time. Rage without a shore. First blood in the Battle of Thessaly. When gravity tastes blood, and the sea is summoned to drown in revenge. The grinding of stones echoed as if the mountain itself was laughing, followed by a deep hum from beneath the earth, then a long exhale from a mouth unseen. Thessaly was no longer a land. It had become a stone altar, and seated upon it a titan, Creus. He stood at the center, not speaking, not moving, only gazing at the sky, as though he were daring it to collapse upon him. He was alone, but the ground beneath his feet could have spoken for an army. His power did not live in fists. It breathed in the laws of the cosmos. He could slow time on one half of the valley and speed it up on the other. He could crush a mountain beneath his heel, then raise it skyward as a blade forged from pressure and silence. With him stood his legions, the inescapables. 400 sentient stones, walking gravestones that pulled gravity itself from their enemies' lungs. The heavy blades, 300 titanic warriors, each wielding a hammer so immense it only rose when death was guaranteed. And Seragon, lord of earth's shadows. He gave commands in silence. He was the one who made sand forget it ever knew water. That morning, a scouting unit from Olympus arrived, the Seer's Wing, 50 deep riders, 40 water sorcerers. Their mission? Test the edge of the battlefield. But what they found wasn't an edge, it was a breathing abyss. Krios struck first. Quietly, he raised his hand, and their bodies grew heavy, as if the weight of the earth's history pressed down upon their bones. Their blood moved too slow to flee. One by one, they collapsed, buried by the very air they tried to breathe. The stone soldiers rejoiced. Seragon said, "None will follow them. Zeus never sends more than one lamb to the altar." But they did not know. The sea never sends its messengers twice. A deep rumble tore through the stone, as though the earth was vomiting up its own secrets. From behind the ridge rose a wave.
Not water alone, but the spit of an ancient fury.
And at its heart, Poseidon, trident in hand, face carved like a shore that had forgotten what calm ever meant. He walked across the sand, and the sand moved aside, afraid to touch him. "You crushed their bodies," he said, "but I've come to drown the mountain." He struck the ground with his trident. A quake erupted beneath Krios. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a proclamation. This battle would not whisper like the others. It would scream like a storm that lost its name. Thunder leaked from the deep. Water slithered beneath the soil, and the ground no longer obeyed. Krios spread his arms wide. "At last! The sea walks toward me. I will bend the wave before it speaks." Drums pounded beneath the mountain. Cracks split the crust. And then screams. Thus ended the morning, and the collapse began. Poseidon entered, and the mountain opened its eyes to face the sea.
Chapter 29. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Roar of the deep, when stone drowns in its chest. On this day, the sea was not salt. It was fury, pure, walking on 2 feet. A trident struck the ground. Then came a tremor, rising not from the soil, but from beneath the skin of the world, as though Earth's heart had just learned to beat. Krios stood tall, surrounded by his voiceless legions. 400 sentient stones, 300 hammer-wielding giants, 73 earth wardens, a wall of fleshless strength, or so they believed. But they had never seen the sea when it chooses to walk. Poseidon rose from the tide. He didn't walk, he roared. His hand clutched a trident not forged from metal, but from the pulse of the ocean itself. And his face was not the face of a warrior, but of one who had lost everything and had come to reclaim it all in one breath. He bellowed. His voice carved the air. "You made your mistake when you thought Zeus alone was the storm. I am the wave, and the storm is my sister." Then he raised his trident and drove it into the earth. The sound was not a crack, but a continent collapsing inward. In that moment, soil became water. The ground beneath Krios's army recoiled, and a column of ocean surged upward from beneath their feet. 200 soldiers of the heavy blades were buried in seconds. No cries, no names, swallowed by the deep before memory could speak. Krios, for the first time, screamed, "So this is how it begins, a war against those who do not fear the depths?" Poseidon answered, "No, this is how it ends, when the sea rages and finds no shore left to return to." The battlefield ignited. Poseidon's trident struck again, splitting the ground like a mother birthing rivers. A spiraling flood surged, devouring the first line of footmen. Krios stomped, calling down a meteoric stone from the sky. Poseidon opened his arms, and a horizontal wave rose from the soil, melting the stone to glass dust mid-air. Poseidon opened his mouth and let loose the roar of the deep, a sonic wave so violent it ruptured the ears of the living and drew blood from the eyes of giants. Creus tore a pillar from the earth, wrapped it in force, and hurled it like a beam of wrath. It struck Poseidon's shoulder, knocking him down. For seconds he didn't move. Then he rose.
That's what you call witnessing my name?
Then witness my wrath. He hurled his trident into the sky. It drew steam from the ocean, molding it into a boiling cyclone that scorched half the enemy ranks and split the crust beneath them. Creus twisted the terrain, tilting the battlefield, making gravity itself a dagger. Poseidon stumbled, his trident buried deep to keep him from falling. Even the wave, Creus sneered, needs ground to stand on. Poseidon growled, I don't stand, I drown. He drove his trident once more into the land. Flaming springs erupted, water mingled with hellfire, turning sand into a mirror of flame. Creus ran, slamming both fists into the earth. A canyon split wide. 10 of Poseidon's men fell, but Poseidon reached, extended his trident, and pulled them back from the brink. We won't fall twice. He spun the trident above his head, drawing moisture from air, soil, and blade grass alike, and brought it down as a rainstorm of spears, each drop the size of an arrowhead. Creus pulled a stone core from his own chest, hurled it into the sky, and it exploded like a flaming meteor. But Poseidon leapt above the tide, struck it mid-air, and the blast tore the heavens. Both titans staggered. The army between them was now half dust, and the other half unsure if it still breathed. Poseidon said, I do not fight to prove I am strongest, but to remind you, when the sea is furious, it leaves no names written on the land. Then he dropped to one knee and slammed his trident into the ground. A rising wave curved into the sky, not made of water but of depth itself. It slapped Creus across the chest, lifting him, for the first time, off the earth. The sound of something massive crashing to the battlefield, then silence, and the sea exhaled.
Chapter 30. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Trembling Depth, the Fall of Creus, or the Last Uprising of the Earth. When mountains lose their weight, and the throne shifts to the deep. A growl rose, low, vast, as if from the heart of a dying planet. Then came a pulse, heavy, like the ocean itself preparing to speak. The ground was still peeling, scorched by Poseidon's first blow. But Creus did not fall. He rose from the dust like a curse crawling out of an ancient wound. He screamed, and it wasn't a voice, but the tectonic memory of continents reuniting before they split. He raised his massive fist and drove it into the ground. But the stones refused him. They shattered upward, rejecting their master. Poseidon didn't wait. He roared back, I'm not the god of water. I am water when it refuses to obey. He charged, a storm in motion, trident in hand, his chest open to death, as if glory could only be reached by daring it to strike first. Stone clashed with wave, and the stone screamed. It melted into howling clay beneath his fury. Poseidon thrust his trident again into the soil, and beneath Creus's feet, the ground gave way. Not a pit, but a mouth. A throat of ocean rose, sucked in the air, and spat foam with the cry of battle. Creus lunged, yanked the shield from his back,
and hurled it like a meteor, but Poseidon had vanished, consumed by a wave that towered above mountains. Creus stomped, and an entire plain rebelled, leaping skyward as if gravity itself had been betrayed. But the trident returned, splitting the sky like a divine verdict, crashing into Creus's shoulder. Stone cracked, and from it bled not blood but living ash, igniting as it spilled. Poseidon's voice came like a thunder no god could ignore. "You are gravity, then fall!" And he raised his arm, calling from the deepest chamber of the sea, a quake older than memory, born only to avenge. He released it. The ocean floor trembled, silence fell. Even the wind forgot to move. Even Creus looked to the sky and, for the first time, doubted his survival. Then, a fracture, a roar from the deep, and the fall. The mountain collapsed. Creus did not scream. The earth did. Poseidon stood atop a wave, still aflame, and shouted, as if mercy had never been invented, "If he dares return, I will drown his voice in a silence so deep, no name will ever escape it." And far away, at the camp of Othrys, the soldiers felt a tremor, not in the ground, but in their conviction, for they understood. There was a god who did not shout often, but when he struck, he changed the shape of the world. The sea breathed, and this time, the world breathed from beneath, not from above. Chapter 31. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Fire in the sky, blood on the ground. When fury meets joy. When one camp cheers, and the silence in the other is crushed. From one side the drums of triumph echoed, slow and rising. From the other, the thud of a stone table struck in rage. On Mount Othrys silence had a weight, the kind only broken by a blade that once cut time itself. Kronos entered the war chamber. His eyes did not question, they judged. Creus returned, carried upon his own shield, half his chest shattered, his voice buried deep in a throat made of gravel. Creus had not fallen alone. With him, shattered too was the illusion that the earth alone could win a war. Kronos spoke, his voice like the fracture of an hourglass turned too late. When a soldier returns wounded, we may forgive. But when the stone itself returns defeated, that is a curse I do not pardon. Hyperion stood to the side, his arm still aflame, but said nothing. Coeus smirked, murmuring under his breath, "That's what happens when you wield weight instead of wit." But Kronos silenced them all. Eyes fixed westward, he said, "The lightning has flashed, the depths have howled, but night has yet to rise." Then the command, "No one moves until I give the word." And he walked away. The sound of his stone staff tapping the floor was not a rhythm, but a countdown, a pulse of wrath. Someone would soon pay. Across the world, atop Mount Olympus, the scene was its mirrors opposite, drums, flames, songs. Hestia lit the sacrificial fires, Demeter sprinkled the fields with sacred ash, and Hades, for the first time, smiled. Zeus sat upon a high rock, his gaze stretched far across the horizon, silent. Poseidon approached, his trident still dripping with searing water. He said, "Do you see now? The depths are no mere shadow of your lightning." Zeus offered only half a smile, as if to say, "Your victory is our strength." But he didn't say it. Instead, he spoke softly. "The sky burns brighter when the earth watches from below." Hestia stepped forward, placed her hand on Zeus's shoulder. She whispered, "You are my brother.
But the flame only dances when lightning lights the way.
Olympus glowed with celebration, laughter, light, the warmth of triumph, all but one thing: Zeus. His body strong, but inside something stirred. A shadow not erased by victory, because this victory was never truly his. While the others rejoiced, he raised his eyes. Above, a distant cloud drifted. He asked it silently, "When will I burn my name into the sky?" The wind answered, not with words, but with a promise. Chapter 32. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The map of death, when war burns inside the shadows. Not all destruction falls from the sky, some is drawn in ink, long before it spills on throats. In the heart of the Olympian war camp, just after Poseidon's trident had shattered the pride of the southern Titans, the earth still steamed, and the souls didn't tremble from fear, but from hunger. A hunger for blood, for the next strike, for death that doesn't descend with thunder, but slips through the cracks beneath your feet, like a thought. Zeus stood over the great war map. His eyes, for once, did not glow with lightning, but something else, something deeper, as if he was reading not lines and roads, but omens. Inside the grand tent, the gods gathered. At the center stood Metis, goddess of order and balance. She didn't fight, but she read war the way seers read holy texts. Her voice was calm, like a prophecy long decided. "If we want to win," she said, "we don't break them with thunder. We shatter their pillars, one by one, without them even noticing." She pointed to 3 red marks on the parchment. Mintus, Atlas's right hand, who sleeps only upon steel. Orythan, Hyperion's advisor, the unseen light behind every choice. Talos, the bearer of sacred armor. Not all fortresses are built of stone. Some are carved in legend. She looked up. If they fall, then so does their faith. And brows that never bowed will touch the dirt. Poseidon let out a laugh as he honed the edge of his trident. "Shall we strike them with lightning, or drown them in the tide?" But Hades stood quietly in the shadows. He didn't laugh, he didn't speak, until he stepped forward. He moved like a whisper, like the shadow itself took a step. Then he said, "Lightning terrifies, the sea devours, but shadow, it kills them before the blade ever touches skin." He turned to Metis. "Give me their names," he whispered, "and I'll erase their voices from the roots." Zeus turned to his brother, and with a quiet smile said, "War was never meant for light alone. Go and let the darkness speak." Hades drew his helm. It was not a helmet, it was silence itself, a mask that, once worn, wiped every sound from the world. He said as he vanished beneath it, "Let them know that what is unseen is always the first to kill." And then he left. No goodbye, no trail, not even the sound of footsteps remained behind. In Zeus's camp, the drums did not beat for battle. They beat like funeral dirges, echoes from the future, mourning before the blood had even spilled. And in the sky, a banner no one could see fluttered. But every soldier felt it burn inside his chest, a flag that said, "Death needs no door, only a moving shadow." And so, the next war did not begin with a thunderbolt. It began with a map, a parchment already inscribed with the names of the dead. Chapter 33. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Poisoned Dream. The first drop from death's dagger. When a shadow steps out of the wall, and the countdown begins. Deep within Mount Othrys, in the southern wing where blades were sharpened and armor gleamed with the scent of war, Mintus, captain of Atlas's guard, ate his meal like a soldier chewing on thunder. A chunk of meat, a swig of wine, and a glance to the sky, as if something up there no longer offered comfort. He was a man sculpted from stone, his muscles stacked like mountains. His eyes never smiled. They scanned. At his side hung a sword, carved, they said, from a rock born the day light first escaped the hand of night. And yet, the day seemed calm, too calm, that kind of calm that feels like it's lying. Just 2 walls away, in a tunnel unmarked by any map, Hades crawled through folds of darkness. Each stone he passed swallowed his breath. His heart beat slow, but his soul, it whispered in a voice only he could hear. This is the first blood, he thought, the first whisper that will turn to weeping in Cronus's ear. I don't just want to kill him, I want his voice erased from time itself. He reached into the folds of shadow, pulled out the helm, and wore it. The world changed. Color vanished, weight vanished, sound itself ceased, leaving only one thing, a point of death, calling his name. He emerged, silent as ash, from the back wall of Mintus's chamber. But Mintus wasn't sleeping. He was slicing the last bite from his thigh when he felt it, a disturbance in the air. He stood, drew his sword without a word. The air, it's not the same, he said. Who's there? No reply. Only a shape peeled from the wall, like the room itself had vomited out a silent killer. I am the one no one sees, but I always see you. The battle ignited with no further words. Mintus swung first. His sword shattered a stone pillar, but Hades was already gone. He moved like the earth itself bent to him. A stab from behind. Mintus turned just in time, sliced Hades across the ribs. Hades staggered, bled, but smiled. Good, he said. Good. You don't deserve a silent death. They clashed violently. Each strike lit the chamber with fury. Every blow broke walls. Mintus roared. I guarded Atlas when your kind still screamed in caves. I won't die in silence. But Hades hissed. You will, and you won't even remember who you were. He leapt above him, stabbed from behind, and drove the spear clean through Mintus's neck, from nape to throat. But the spear didn't just pierce, it erased. In that instant, all senses stopped. Mintus opened his mouth, but no sound came. His eyes no longer saw. They simply looked at Hades one last time, asking silently, Who are you? There was no answer. His body collapsed, not like a corpse, but like a statue that had melted from within. Hades leaned close, whispered in his ear, I am the beginning, and everything after me is just delayed death. Then he vanished the way he came, only this time he left something behind. With his dagger, he carved into the sandstone wall. Death needs no door, and was gone. By the next morning, when Mintus's body was delivered to Cronus, no one knew who had done it, but everyone felt it. Something had entered the war, and it wouldn't leave without more heads. High atop Mount Othrys, on a throne carved from unyielding stone, Atlas stood still. His hands didn't move, but his lips trembled, not from fear, from something deeper, something older. When the news of Mintus's death reached him, his right hand, Atlas fell silent. Then he walked One step, the mountain shook. Another, a war banner tore from the wall. "He killed him from behind," he said, "in a night without light." He paused, spat on the stone, then growled. "Only cowards walk through shadows." No Titan dared reply, but their eyes asked, "What now?" Atlas answered, "Whoever dares play death's game with us will pray for sleep and curse waking. Guard every door, every wall, every shadow." But the shadow was already walking toward its next name. Chapter 34. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Dance of Ruin. The second mission of the Helm of Shadows. When a killer longs for blood, he carves his path through bone. This time, the earth didn't open wide for him. The path wasn't empty. The enemy knew something was coming, and the camp of Othris had bristled with guards, their spears like scorpions. Awake, poisoned, and waiting. But Hades was not one to use doors. He slithered up through a dried well, climbed unseen through tunnels abandoned for 1,000 years, and scaled walls as though stone bent itself to his will. At the final turn, 2 guards. There was no room for words. He drove his blade into the first man's throat. Before the second could cry out, the dagger of shadows had already pierced his heart. Then he entered. Inside stood a figure unlike any other, Orythian, advisor to Hyperion, keeper of secrets forged in light. His body was lean, almost fragile, but he shimmered with a radiant golden aura. His eyes did not blink. They hadn't in centuries. As if he'd been waiting. "I thought you'd come," Orythion said. "I could smell your death seeping through the walls." Hades removed his helm, slowly, like peeling away silence itself. "I don't carry a scent," he replied. "Only the forgotten remember me." Orythion moved, reaching for a dagger hanging at his side. "The gods burn," he said, "but you freeze the universe until it shivers." Hades stood tall, still as a spear cast from winter. "I don't kill out of hate," he said. "I was born from the silence of tombs." And then, war erupted. Blade of light clashed with spear of shadow. Walls cracked, corners dissolved. The chamber became a canvas of chaos. Light flickered, darkness swallowed, and the ground bled beneath feet that left no mark. Orythion struck Hades on the shoulder. Blood spilled. Hades laughed. "Blood," he whispered. "It reminds me I'm still alive." He leapt, plunged his spear through the advisor's side, through the veil of light, into the waiting heart. Orythion did not scream. He whispered, "We will meet again, where all things end." There was no corpse. Hades took the head, wrapped it in dark cloth, and vanished. When dawn broke, guards burst into the room. They found a broken wall. No blood, no body, only the faint trail of a shadow that no one saw. In the camp's courtyard, a soldier cried out, "Orythion is gone!" The captains gathered. They lit torches in every corner, but nothing revealed itself. When Atlas heard the news, he clenched his jaw. "The killer thinks himself a shadow," he growled. "Then I'll make the light itself. Hunt him." And so, the second name was crossed off the map. But now, even the Titans felt it. Death no longer knocked on doors. It walked through walls. Chapter 35. From War of the Titans, clash of weapons and the fall of time. The third fall, when the shadow bleeds but does not break. When light dares to strike darkness, both must burn. That night, the earth didn't sleep. It listened, not to footsteps, but to something that slithered behind the walls, something that didn't walk but crawled. And in its hand, a blade carved from an ancient idea: fear is mightier than armies. The camp was ready, torches blazed, eyes watched. But what cannot be seen cannot be stopped. This target was unlike the others, stronger, harsher, unforgiving. Talos, bearer of the sacred armor, the beast who could not bleed and never laughed. He trained alone, fists pounding against boulders, as if mountains were too soft a foe. His iron chest glowed with the memory of past wars. In his eyes, a silent promise, death to anything that dared approach. In the shadows, Hades watched. Crawling through the old web of forgotten tunnels, he emerged beneath the training ground, where sweat steamed off stone and the scent of scorched metal choked the air. He stood unseen, measuring the distance between silence and the first strike.
This isn't an opponent, Hades thought. He's armor without cracks, but even the hardest stone casts a shadow. And then he rose from the earth like a scream made flesh. His spear descended in a perfect arc, but Talos twisted, the blow clashing against his armor in a spark storm that lit half the arena. Talos turned, ripped a chain from his back, and slammed it into the ground. The dirt cracked open, revealing a blade of black flame. "I thought you were a ghost," Talos said, deadpan. "But you're just a coward, hiding in shadow because you're too weak for the light." Hades grinned. "And you are a shield with no mind. That's why you'll die, and never understand why." They collided. Spear clashed with fire. Walls buckled. Stone rained from the ceiling. Talos swung with a burning sword, cutting deep into Hades' shoulder. Blood exploded across the floor. But Hades didn't step back. He twisted like a coiling wraith and drove his spear into Talos' side. No one screamed. Silence was the only sound, bleeding. Talos lunged, crashing into Hades, ripping his sword across Hades' abdomen, a brutal gash. Hades staggered. He dropped to a knee, but his hand never let go of his spear. He breathed like he was swallowing hellfire. "You cut me," he hissed, "but you'll never do it again." He leapt, twisted midair, and drove the spear into Talos' throat, so deep that his fist vanished into flesh. Talos didn't fall. He shattered. He knelt, then collapsed face first. His hand still gripped his blade as if refusing to die without a fight. Hades stood over him, blood-soaked, ashen, but his eyes burned with a fire never seen before. He stepped forward, severed the head, and wiped it with a trembling hand. He looked around the ruin, spit out blood, and muttered, "They thought I was a shadow, but I'm the wound that never heals. I am silence, and I kill anyone who whispers my name. No one, nothing, will stop me." And so the third fell, but this time, Hades himself bled.
Chapter 36. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time, the ecstasy of severed heads, when the Olympians thought it was over. For spilled blood can fool the eyes of victors. Hades returned. The gates did not open for him. The shadows split. He emerged from the cracked stone as though the earth itself had spit him out, like a curse too cruel to keep buried. Over his shoulder, 3 severed heads swung like trophies: Mintus, Orithon, Talos. Not just fallen foes, but shattered chalices of war, their hollow eyes still echoing defiance. Silence fell. And then the camp exploded into sound, cries of disbelief, soldiers hammering their blades against the ground in rhythm. Hestia pulled her cloak tight in awe. Demeter clutched her chest, breath caught, and Zeus stood still, as if thunder itself had risen within him. Poseidon was the first to shout, "That's my brother, Hades, the wound that cannot be seen. From now on, our shadows walk beside us and kill for us." He approached and laid a hand on Hades' shoulder. "It is no longer the sea they should fear, but the night that walks with us." Zeus did not speak at first. He stepped forward, studied the heads, and gazed at Hades' helm, the helm of darkness. "You did it," he said quietly. Then, louder, to the soldiers, "He did it! Alone!" Cheers, drums thundered, flames lit up the sky like it too had joined the celebration. And the gods walked through the camp, each step shaking the earth awake. Yet, on the edge of that chaos, Metis, the strategist, was drawing lines in the sand. She heard the drums, saw the roaring fires, but her lips never formed a smile. She raised her eyes to Zeus. "Be careful," she said softly. "The Titans are not fools." But the drums drowned her out. Zeus stepped closer. "Now is the time to strike. We finish them before they regroup." She looked up at him. "Now is the time to wait. What you've done has shaken them, but don't bring down a star just because it wobbled." "I will bring it down," Zeus growled. Poseidon joined him. "We're with you, brother. If we don't strike now, we may never get the chance." Hestia, almost whispering, "Hades attacked from the shadows, and you want to strike from the sky." But Zeus didn't hear. He turned toward the guards and roared, "Summon the Hecatonchires, the 100-handed ones. Summon the Cyclopes. This isn't celebration. This is the second blow." Poseidon shouted beside him, "Thunder raids from above, floods from the deep. Leave no stone standing, no skull upon its neck." The soldiers howled in response. The mountains echoed them. The sky caught fire. And Zeus believed he had won. But in the shadows, Metis stared down at a single line in the sand, a line that trembled, as if the earth itself was whispering, "The war hasn't even begun." Chapter 37. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The roar of the Titans. Flames of fury on Mount Othrys. When failure becomes a beast that waits in the shadows, deep within Mount Othrys, where sunlight dares not wander, and even the birds abandon the sky, the Titans had gathered. Eyes aflame, chests heaving like furnaces. Atlas growled. Hyperion clenched his fists until blood met fire. Crius stared at the ground, not with fear, but with hunger, as if he meant to devour the earth itself. Then came the voice, a voice no one could mistake. Cronus. He stood atop the stone dais, his hair a living blaze that had never cooled since his birth, his eyes carving night into being. He didn't shout, but the mountains listened. "I thought you were Titans. I was wrong." A silence fell, sharp, shattering. Then his voice returned, each word a claw ripping through pride. "I thought you were the lords of the ages, sons of primordial creation, masters of celestial hell. But I was blind. You are nothing, fragments of stone without flame. My children, spawned from the womb of a traitor, children I despised before their first breath, the ones I swallowed because I couldn't bear for the sun to see them. They now drag you by your hair and rip your eyes out through your mouths." The Titans bowed their heads, not in reverence, but as if struck by blows no blade could deliver. Kronos raised a hand, pointing to the yawning sky above them. "Those, the sons of the betrayer! They dared the throne! They believed that killing a few of our commanders, winning one battle at sea, and striking from the shadows means they've won!" He roared, and the roar wasn't sound, it was earthquake. "I devoured time. I crushed the ages. You were born under my name, and you will die under it. I am Kronos." Swords were raised. The Titans roared back. The mountain itself trembled, but Kronos lifted his hand once more, and the fires froze. His voice cooled like flame made of ice. "No, we won't strike now. Only a fool attacks a peacock when it walks willingly into the lion's den." He stepped closer to the cliff's edge, gazing toward the distant horizon. "Let them rejoice. Let them dance around the heads of our fallen. Let Zeus believe he's the Lord of Thunder. Let Poseidon think he commands the quakes. Let Hades whisper to death like it's an old friend. Because they will come. They'll bring their victory and open the gates of hell themselves." Atlas, burning with restraint, asked, "Then what is your plan?" Kronos smiled, a smile like a fissure splitting through the heart of time. "The plan? To let them think the victory is theirs and drown them in it." He turned to one of his commanders and with a single gesture commanded, "Begin preparing the pit. Send our spies. I want to know the very moment Zeus begins to move. Because lightning does not strike twice. It burns and dies."
Chapter 38. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The 100 Arms, the strike that meant to end it all. When sky, sea, and earth unite to bury the thrones of the old gods, at the summit of Mount Olympus they gathered. Zeus stood motionless, but everything within him burned. His eyes shimmered with lightning. His hand gripped the thunderbolt as if it were his own heart. Around him, they all stood. Poseidon, chest soaked in brine, his trident pulsing like the ocean held captive in his palm. Hades, still upright despite the wound, his face pale, yet he muttered, "If they betray us, I will erase them from their roots." And then the strategist stepped forward. No one used her new name. Among gods, she was known only by the old one, Metis, goddess of wisdom, of cunning born in silence. She had never raised a sword, yet empires had fallen to a single flick of her finger. Her eyes did not reflect war, they mapped its arrival. She said, "You see them retreating, but I see them digging. The Titans have not played their full hand. This is no surrender, it's bait. They're luring us toward a trap." Zeus didn't answer. He simply raised his arm and lightning began to dance across the heavens. "We do not wait, we do not bargain with those who swallowed my brothers. Speak your plan, even if you believe we will fall." Metis exhaled. "Very well. If it's war you want, you shall have all of it. From the sky, Zeus and the armies of lightning. From the sea, Poseidon and 1,000 crashing waves. From the earth, Demeter and 3 of the Hecatoncheires, giants with 100 arms, each bearing 50 boulders the size of mountains, and 50 bolts stolen from the mouths of volcanoes." She paused, then spoke again. "The assault will unfold across 3 synchronized fronts. First, the sky assault led by Zeus, aerial squadrons of storm winds, warbirds of Olympus, and the discharged spear, a weapon never used before. Second, the sea assault led by Poseidon, armies of sea beasts, chained quakes to split the seabed, and warfish bred in the abyss of Pacificos. Third, the ground assault led by Demeter,
Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, the 100-handed ones, each to initiate a sequence of avalanches, attacking from the south where the walls of Othrys are weakest. Fourth, the rear defense under Hades, 30,000 shadow soldiers, 3 enchanted gates, and death traps that can't be seen. And then Zeus thundered. Every soldier, every god, every blade and bowstring will move as if tomorrow does not exist. This isn't a charge, it's a proclamation. The Titans will be crushed, and they shall never rise again. The gods roared, the soldiers howled, the mountain shivered like a beast waking to war. The countdown began. From the sky, 90,000 winged soldiers. From the sea, 90,000 deep-sea creatures. From the earth, 3 hecatoncheires, each worth 50,000 men in might. From the rear, 30,000 soldiers of shadow, led by Hades. Total, 360,000 warriors from every corner of the cosmos. Poseidon drove his trident into the earth, splitting it open as a tidal wave rose, bearing his crest. "I am Wrath," he declared, "and I will be their final wave." Zeus looked to the heavens. "We either get buried or we are reborn. Thunder, ocean, hand." And with that, the strike began. A strike from which there would be no return. Chapter 39. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time, breaking the siege, when the trap turns on the hunter. The roar of Cronus before the storm, and Erebus points toward Olympus's throat. Deep within Mount Othrys they gathered, more united than they had been since the first blow of war. The silence wasn't fear, it was that trembling hush before the mountain explodes. Cronus stood at the center. His eyes were twin skies tightening for the strike. His voice, a low thunder, like the echo at the end of time. The fools have crawled from their holes. Beside him walked the one who is never seen unless he wishes. Dolus, the spirit of deception, the whisper in every betrayal. An hour earlier he had leaned close, his voice soft as a velvet dagger. Zeus gathers, Poseidon roars, the 100-handed march with 3 faces, and thunder believes it now owns the sky. Cronus laughed, not with joy, but with a scorn that spat on creation itself. They think they are attacking, but they are walking straight into my jaws. Then he turned to the Titans, the elite, the dark-blooded warriors, and he bellowed a cry louder than a falling star. "My brothers, no. You are more. You are Titans. You are the ceiling of the cosmos, and they thought time forgot you? No, we were waiting. They think Zeus won the sky. Let him see the clouds burn. They think Poseidon owns the sea? Let him drown in the ink of gravity. They believe Hades commands the shadows? Then let us rip the light from his core." He pointed his cracked finger toward a map, a blazing flame-drawn plan etched by Dolus himself. The sky, led by Hyperion, returned from silence, fire in his chest, vowing that Zeus shall not remain standing. The sea, led by Perses and Thaumas, lords of the deep, bringers of storms. The earth, carried by Atlas, the undefeated giant, who now chose to bear not the heavens, but war itself. The shadows, rising from behind the mountains, Erebus and Coeus, an unseen strike aimed at Mount Olympus. Erebus, looking northward, whispered, "Olympus without Zeus is like a chest without a heart. I will exhale my darkness into it." Cronus roared, raising his hand like an axe meant to split history. "If this is the end, then let it burn forever. Burn the sun, drown the sea, shatter the thunder." Then he growled the final command. "When you reach them, don't knock on doors. Enter."
as if your names had already cursed their walls.
And so in the Titan camp, war was no longer a reaction. It became a preemptive slaughter. The battle in the skies? A crimson bolt awaits it. The war in the sea? Its floor will dry and be thrown ashore. The siege of the earth? The ground itself shall speak and declare, these are not the children of the gods. These are Titans. Chapter 40. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the Alignment of Fronts. When earth, sea, and sky speak as one. When the battle lines are drawn, no soul remains free. Even silence must take a side. The sound of war drums rolls through the heavens, shattering against mountain cliffs, echoing from the ocean's abyss. The wind no longer blows without cause. The earth does not tremble on its own, and waves rise only when they carry a warning. In that moment, the fronts aligned. The sky, Zeus's front. From the cracks of thunderclouds emerged an army of lightning. Wings of sharpened light, foreheads gleaming with the fury of divine wrath. At their center stood Zeus himself. His lightning bolt blazed, without him needing to summon it. His body stood like a spear. His voice was not spoken, it was struck. Behind him, thousands of storm angels, soldiers of lightning, horns of thunder, descendants of the storm. And waiting ahead, a shadow from the dawn of time, Hyperion, the Titan born before the light, whose hands once guided the stars. Hyperion did not speak, but all who looked upon him felt the same question scream within. Do you think lightning will give you life, or erase you from it?
The sea, Poseidon's front.
The ocean split open, and from its depths surged a force like nothing else on earth. Serrated fish armed with tridents, walking storms crashing forward on two legs, faces carved from seabed stone. Soulless, merciless. At the helm, Poseidon. His trident cracked the horizon merely by rising. No army stood behind him, the sea itself stood with him. On the distant shore, awaiting the clash, stood Thaumas, Titan of sea storms, who, with a single breath, could vaporize entire oceans. At his side, Perses, wreathed in searing flame, bearer of an earth-crushing shield, clutching a mountain as if it were a sacrifice, not a weapon. The earth, front of the Hecatoncheires. They erupted from beneath the soil like resurrection itself. Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges. Each 100 arms, 100 fists, 100 ways to crush the bones of time. With every step, the ground fractured beneath their heels. The roots of mountains snapped beneath their chests, and across from them stood Atlas, no longer shouldering the sky, but wielding a blade forged from falling stars. He drove it into the earth and declared, "Today, I will not lift the heavens. Today, I will crash them down upon you." The rear stronghold, Mount Olympus. As the fronts surged forward, a different kind of shadow slithered behind. Erebus, the embodiment of darkness, moving like wildfire through the cracks of mountains. He sought not open war, but the one weak point, where betrayal could be whispered like poison. At his side, Coeus, the mind harvester, the Titan who could debate a soul into forgetting its own name before slicing it open. Their destination, Olympus, and its lone defender, Hades, wounded, unyielding, in a place unknown to any army, in a cave forgotten by time, where sound does not echo and light dares not touch. A woman sat in silence, wrapped in a gray shawl spun from mountain stillness, staring into a fire that would not burn, sipping water that refused to quench. Rhea, the mother who birthed lightning, sea, and shadow, the mother who chose not to watch as war devoured her sons. But in that moment, her silence cracked, her hand trembled, her breath shattered without wind. She pressed her palm to her chest
and whispered, "One of them will break tonight, and blood will knock upon a door that has never opened before." She stared into the darkness, as though awaiting not news, but ash. Then the echo of a distant heartbeat, followed by absolute stillness. The sound of an explosion, not from impact, but from two eyes meeting across a void. The steps of giants crushing the land, a wing slicing the sky, a wave rising, not to crash, but to stand. Everything was now in its place. Every front had met its opposite. There would be no retreat. Even night had donned its armor, and the earth, it would witness, not judge. In the next chapter, the war shall begin, the war for which lightning was born, for which the sea was cursed, and the shadows suffocated. This is no longer just war. This is the beginning of what comes after the gods.
Chapter 41. From War of the Titans, clash of weapons and the fall of time, fangs of the tide, Poseidon returns to the sea. When the ocean floor yawns open and gods rise to devour those who have forgotten the taste of drowning, the sea ceases to be water. It becomes a mouth, a jaw stretched wide to bite into a cocky dawn. The Titan ranks of the seafront stood lined along the coast, stone fangs on a jagged shoreline. Their ships were not made of timber, but the bones of ancient giants. Their sails, stretched skins of creatures too old, too cursed to name. At the helm, Thaumas, the slayer of sailors, and Perses, destroyer by fire and shield of the earth. They gazed into the horizon and laughed like predators drunk on myth. Does that mad god still believe the sea is his? Has he not learned? The ocean bows to no one. They offered no answer, but the ocean did. A thunderclap beneath the surface, followed by a deep rumble, as if the world had begun sinking into itself. Then came the wave. But this was no wave. It was a wall, fractured from the wrath of the divine, and from its gaping jaws, he emerged. Poseidon, Lord of the deep. The one whom mirrors refuse to reflect, for fear they might shatter into salt and madness. In his hand, the trident. In his eyes, the wave that hears nothing, reasons with no one, and never returns. He spoke with a voice soaked in whale breath and old salt. Did Coeus not tell you about pain? Did he not scream of how his bones shattered beneath my spear? Did the earth not cry out as he fell? Did you learn nothing from his defeat? Or are you like him, fools who think the sea fears those born within it? I am not conquered. I simply let defeat ferment. Until it becomes a tale time cannot stop telling. Then, as he sank back beneath the surface, his voice echoed upward. Those who learn nothing from their first drowning will not survive the second. Poseidon spun his trident between his fingers like an old friend remembering past killings. Perses, still hiding behind waves not yet born. Tell me, did your friend teach you how to drown those who fear nothing? Or have you only whispered tales of the dead without ever tasting the sea? His gaze shifted to Thaumas. And you, old beast, how many oceans have you swallowed? Allow me to serve you a chalice of madness, so you might finally know the difference between the one who makes waves and the one who is the wave. Thaumas bared his teeth. Little god, you were born of a womb that never touched the soil. In these waters, we forge the tides. We crush the drowned between our fingertips. Then silence. Then the first strike.
From both sides, the armies surged forward, not swimming, attacking, creatures with the heads of octopuses wielding swords carved from whale vertebrae. Their bodies fused with the water, their flesh tinted by blood. And from beneath the enemy ships emerged beings shaped like tridents, like fish, like vengeance, Olympian spawn born of depth and rage. Bodies were torn not like warriors, but like flowers plucked from soil, except these flowers bled, they screamed, and they swelled with death. Poseidon waited. He had not joined the fray until someone shouted his name. "Where is your wave, prideful god? Where is your quake?" He exhaled once. "I wasn't going to unleash it yet, but you've tempted the sea." He dove, and when he rose again, the ocean inhaled. Then he slammed his trident into the sea's heart. It exploded. No metaphor, the sea exploded. A wave of divine wrath surged outward, consuming nearly a quarter of the Titan navy in a single pulse. Ships snapped in half. Vortexes with no bottom swallowed warriors whole. Poseidon said, "I don't command the sea. I am what happens when rage decides to speak." But the Titans did not retreat. Perses and Thaumas charged like beasts from an unwritten myth. Perses hurled his volcanic spear, and when it struck the water, it split the ocean into molten columns. Thaumas leapt atop a wave, slamming Poseidon's trident with a club carved from the root of the first tree beneath the sea. The clash sparked lightning, salt fire danced on the tide. Poseidon deflected the blow, then soared above the waves and roared, "I don't fall back because I'm strong. I fall back because the sea doesn't strike the same place twice unless it's gone mad." The battle ignited. Dozens of blows exchanged, a trident slicing a wave and piercing Perses' flank, a bloody surge pulling an Olympian soldier's arm into the deep, a marine explosion dragging a warship back to its primal wood, a blue beam from Poseidon's spear cleaving the seabed itself. Thaumas's fist crashing into Poseidon's chest, driving him deep into the abyss. But he always returned. The deeper he sank, the more furious he became. The more he bled, the more his blood became waves. In the thick of battle, Thaumas roared, "You cannot beat me here, Poseidon! I am the sea! I was a wave before waves were born!" Poseidon answered, "Then know this. If the wave doesn't kill me, it will die inside me." The sounds of war roared on, waves breathing, iron screaming, heads falling, and so the gods clashed in a battle whose thunder was heard even by the shores of the future. But the tale does not end here, because what happens in the sea is only the opening note of the symphony. Chapter 42. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Fist of the Mountains, Cry of the Hundred-Handed. When the earth walks, it is not walking. It is the mountain rising in fury, a sound like breaking bones, the bones of the planet itself. Cracks, distant cries, and then a roar so deep it doesn't echo, because it is the echo. Not of beasts, but of a continent stretching in pain. In the sea, Poseidon was screaming. The waves howled. The ocean floor shattered beneath his trident's fury, and in the sky, lightning was summoning lightning, as if Zeus had begun strumming the harp of wrath. But here, on land, ancient and barren, where silence had lingered too long, the earth waited its turn. The first tremor did not come from beneath, but from the edge of hearing. Like the war at sea had whispered itself into bone. It deepened, then it grew, and then the moment came that resembled nothing before it. The mountains began to breathe. The face of the earth changed. Just as the oceans were erupting, the land detonated. The battle for the land began. But no, this was not war. This was Earth losing its patience. In the path carved by advancing armies, like rivers of molten fury, they rose, the hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones. They did not walk, they ripped the road from beneath them, their faces unseen. For what need have they for eyes, when rage is their compass? Each had 100 arms and 100 tempests inside them. Their limbs were like pillars, and when they struck, they did not punch. They collided like tectonic plates at the birth of the world. Ahead of them marched the Olympian legions, hulking soldiers, their bodies cast from burning bronze, rows upon rows of warriors in helmets that refused to shine, for no shine could endure in the face of this black tide. Arrows flew, but the air refused to carry them, as if fear itself had denied them flight. Behind the lines stood Demeter, in one hand, a spear overgrown with vines, and beneath her feet, wheat sprouted with every step. A paradox. How does one make war with harvest? How does one kill with rain? And before them, atop a ridge no light could reach, stood Atlas, not as a commander, but as a wall, a monument, a presence. His body, as if sculpted from the veins of the mountains. His chest, as though the sky had been placed upon it, and had stayed. He said nothing, but all who saw him felt the world pause. The hecatoncheires struck, mountains cracked, stones flew like frightened words, slamming into what little fortress walls still stood. One of the giants raised an arm, and the sun disappeared. Then the blow fell, not like a strike, but like a planet's scream made flesh. But Atlas didn't flinch. He raised a hand, and with it, time itself seemed to rise. The blow never landed. Instead, it collided with something unseen, but its sound struck everything that was. The mountains shook, the sand exploded, and the giant's arm recoiled, as though it had slammed into an invisible dagger. Then Atlas spoke, not with his mouth, but from within the bedrock of the mountain. I do not attack, I endure. I do not fight to win, I hold the world, so it does not fall. The giants did not stop. They ignited. 10, 100, 1,000, each one striking with every hand, every foot, every breath. But Atlas remained, silent as prophecy, steadfast as one who knows. His role is not to strike, but to absorb the strike, so others do not fall. Behind him, the enemy's lands cracked, their fortresses trembled, the Titans, uncertain. This front was not in their calculations, but Atlas alone still did not move to attack. He had not come to destroy, he had come to stand until the true moment of eruption arrived, the sound of the earth tearing, a sigh from the mountain's lungs, then silence. Chapter 43. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Bloodstorm, Zeus versus Hyperion. When the sky screams in its ancient blood, and the defeated returns to shatter his own defeat, as oceans convulsed like a slaughtered beast, and the fists of giants hammered the mountain's chest, a third front ignited in the war of flame.
the sky itself opened. But this was no heaven. It was a burning hell turned upward, clouds detonating, winds spinning against their own rules, and light so unnatural it didn't touch the eyes, it carved through bone. There, where no birds dare fly, where no soul dares rise, Zeus emerged. A lightning bolt trembled in his grip, his heart pulsing with the ache of old wounds, but his eyes saw only one face, his uncle, Hyperion. The Titan who once defeated him, the one who humiliated him under the very heavens. But today, Zeus had returned. He stood amidst the storm, thunder coiling around him like a cloak woven from regret and fury. Across the horizon, Hyperion appeared, not emerging from the clouds, but creating them. His face like a sun gone mad, his hands, twin suns, glowing with the nuclear fire of the first age. He didn't wait. He approached, and when he spoke, his voice fractured the air. "So, you've risen from your ashes, little cave-born son of the traitor mother. You think lightning makes you a man?" Zeus answered, his voice like a mountain collapsing.
And you? Are you still the sun, or just a splinter from a dying age? Yes, I am the son of the cave, but I walked out free. And you? You're still chained to a light that warms no one. Hyperion laughed, and fire bloomed in his palms. I was the first to bring light to the sky. You're nothing but a curse in motion, a shiver born from a coward mother who threw you away like a fading shadow. Zeus stepped forward, and a cloud beneath him exploded. You speak of the sun? I'll make it howl before I'm done. I'll break the light, as I shattered the mountains before you. And my mother? She gave birth to a man. Your birth came from the womb of defeat. Hyperion advanced, his eyes burning with ancient radiance. I will erase your name from time. No tomb, no voice. You'll be dust, forgotten in the storm. Zeus closed in, lightning flaring around him before he even touched it. Try me, but remember, this time I don't run. This time I don't lose. This time I am the storm, and only one of us leaves the sky alive. And then the sky detonated. Words ended. Madness began. Lightning surged, devouring clouds. Flashes struck, splitting wind like parchment. Hyperion raised his hand, and light turned into a blade. Zeus clenched his fist, and the air shattered into sparks. Every flash had a voice, and every voice bled. This wasn't just a clash of two bodies, it was a war between two concepts. Who rules the heavens, sunlight or storm? Who screams first, and who buries the other in the sky itself? But no one fell yet. No one won. The war raged on, and everything in it was burning.
Chapter 44. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Salt of the Storm, the tide between gods and bone. When the sea is trapped between three gods, the gate opens not to salvation, but to a grave. The sky was still at war, the earth still groaning beneath the fists of 100-handed wrath. But within the sea, time itself began to crack. Thaumas, Perses, Poseidon. Three beings who do not swim, they create oceans from the marrow of their hearts. And now, the water was no longer water. It had become a body, gasping, burning, begging to survive its own creators. Then the ocean split, not by Poseidon's hand this time, but by Thaumas, who raised his arm to the sky and opened his palm. From the clouds, pillars of flame descended, as if demons were falling through cracks in the rock.
The waves ignited, salt boiled, and fish turned to ash before they could flee. Poseidon stepped forward through the inferno, his voice calm, cutting. "So you were saving that fire, just to light your own tomb?" He dove, and when he rose again, nothing stood above him. Ships shattered, the sea itself bowed, but Perseus did not. He emerged behind Poseidon, driving a jagged spear carved from the bone of the sea's first father, straight through his shoulder. The weapon exited clean through his side. The ocean gasped, its gravity faltered, islands sank into its depth, and mindless waves rose like beasts loosed from their chains. Poseidon gritted his teeth, wrenched the spear out, and bled into the waves. A strike like that could make a god, but I am not dead, so beware the wave that survives. Then all order collapsed. Thomas pounded the seabed, fracturing its crust, releasing black creatures that tore through the depths like living nightmares. Poseidon summoned a great indigo vortex, spinning around his foes, slashing, swallowing, splintering. Perseus became a whirlpool of bone and spike, attacking from all sides, until the sea itself turned red with divine blood. The fight grew so violent that the ocean forgot its own shape. Perseus roared, spinning like a serrated storm. "You're not fighting in the sea, you're fighting the sea itself." Poseidon, blood in his mouth, grinned. "Then let it be my tomb, but I swear I won't be buried alone." One more strike. Thomas seized Poseidon by the waist and dragged him down into a trench where even light refused to follow. There, sound stopped, and a new battle began. Thomas crushed Poseidon's ribs and whispered, "I thought you were legend, but you're just flesh, like all the rest." Poseidon screamed from the seabed, "Yes, but I am flesh forged in fire, the fire of the sea." He opened his mouth and unleashed a pressure wave so violent it cracked the deep. Both gods blasted back upward like twin stones hurled from the mouth of death. Above, Perseus was readying his second strike, but it never landed. Poseidon's spear returned to him, ripping the waters open as it flew, and pierced the sea with such force it created a void, a chasm that swallowed dozens of ships in a heartbeat. The ocean burned. 3 gods. None retreated. None fell. And none emerged unscarred, each leaving behind a sea full of weeping warriors. Then, as silence fell, the sky cracked open above the ocean. A bolt of lightning fell, not where it belonged, and everyone everywhere felt something breaking in the heavens. But the sea was not finished. Chapter 45, From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Inferno of the Earth, Atlas and the 100 Hands. When the earth screams in its own language, silence becomes meaningless. While Poseidon's trident split oceans and Zeus tore the heavens apart with thunder, the earth was giving birth to a war of its own. It moaned, deep and ancient, its soil convulsing, its stone howling, as if every grain of dust remembered something terrible. Here, where the ground trembled and rocks wept, the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants, turned the land into a furnace of war. One of them roared, slamming 100 fists down at once. "Give me 10,000 warriors, and I'll crush Titan continents into dust." His blow cracked the land to its molten core, then rebounded, as if it had punched the sky itself. But Atlas raised his hand, and the blow stopped. Mid-air, as if the wind had become an invisible wall,
unbreakable, unexplainable. Another giant laughed. You arrogant wall, did you think one strike would bring you down? We are the 100 hands. We toss mountains like stones in a child's game. They advanced.
One hurled a stone bridge like a javelin, another leapt from a cliff. Its fall crushed entire valleys. A third slammed the earth so hard it birthed fiery creatures, humanoid forms walking on the tremors of earthquakes. Demeter screamed as she marched over scorched farmland. "You're destroying what hasn't even grown yet! This soil carries our death if you keep striking it!" But they didn't hear, and Atlas still did not move. Then a colossal voice echoed across the battlefield. They said his name was Graxis, a titan of brute rage. You arrogant mountain! Do you think we fear your shadow? Tell us, do you even have a name, or are you just a rock that grew limbs?" And for the first time, Atlas spoke. His voice was the reluctant groan of an erupting volcano. "My name is not spoken. It is collided with. I stood when mountains fell. I held the sky when the gods refused it. And you are noise. I am the silence that cannot be broken." Graxis charged, swinging a hammer larger than a house. It smashed into Atlas's chest, and the mountain behind him shuddered. 3 peaks shattered, their rocks crashing down onto the Olympian forces. But Atlas didn't flinch. He said again, "Strike me. For every stone that falls from me, a new mountain grows within." And the war exploded. One of the 100-handed giants tore a river from its bed and wielded it like a whip, lashing the enemy line. An Olympian soldier leapt onto a giant's back, driving a sacred axe into its spine. Sparks burst out in a color that had no name. Demeter plunged her spear into the earth. From it grew serpentine trees that coiled around a giant's limbs and locked him in place. But the 100 hands kept coming. One of them grabbed a mountain and threw it at Atlas. Atlas simply looked up, and the mountain split in mid-air, its fragments exploding outward as if each stone had chosen suicide. One of the giants staggered back and whispered, "He doesn't fight us like enemies. He fights us like we're an earthquake, and he's the last wall holding it back." Another shouted, "Where are the other titans? Leave this beast, circle him, kill those behind him. He won't move." Atlas understood, but he didn't turn. Instead, his voice thundered, "I am the wall. I do not turn. I trap the pain so it doesn't pass through. I kill fear before it reaches you." Behind him, the line of the giants cracked, and the Titan vanguard began their assault from the flanks. But the land itself resisted. Walls crumbled, soil twisted, stone erupted, and the sky watched from above, as if waiting to see who would fall first, the 100 hands or the shoulder that holds the world. The battle was not over. The earth would never be the same, and the enemies still didn't know when Atlas breaks, he does not fall alone. Chapter 46, from War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The howl of light, the sky's bloody dance. When lightning screamed into the face of the sun and did not back down, the sky caught fire. Bolts birthed more bolts. Clouds didn't merely burst, they screamed as if burning from within. High above, Zeus swam through the storm, not riding clouds but crushing them beneath his feet. Opposite him, Hyperion mounted beams of light, not drifting through the radiance, but forging it into fire. He shouted, swinging a blade forged from concentrated sunlight. "Come, son of the traitor, come be buried above the sky." Zeus hurled a triple-headed thunderbolt in return. "And you, Come see how light screams when it's slaughtered by lightning." They collided mid-inferno. Clouds trembled. From their shredded bodies scattered stars that hadn't yet been born. A strike from Hyperion split the clouds, and rain fell, not of water, but of flame. A strike from Zeus tore a tunnel through the sky, and from it, the primordial darkness could be seen beyond.
Hyperion laughed, a sound mad and radiant. "Is that all your thunder?" Zeus roared back, his voice cracking the vault of the sky. "You've only seen lightning's mouth. Wait until it devours you with its heart." He surged forward, too fast to measure, colliding with his uncle midair. 7 thunderclouds shattered at once. Then Zeus. Gripping a bolt like a spear, he drove it into Hyperion's chest. But the Titan smiled, caught the weapon in his bare hand and said, "Even lightning, when born in fear, cannot kill." Zeus screamed, his voice like a volcano erupting through his ribs. "And you, a sun that gives no warmth, shall be buried in the shadows that gave birth to me." And once more, the sky exploded. Lightning didn't just fall, it rose, it spun, it stabbed, it wept. Hyperion unleashed a wave of light that erased the upper clouds. Zeus spun his thunderbolt like a cosmic hammer, slamming it down on the very head of light itself. Winds came not from any direction but from beyond existence, carrying with them the dust of time's beginning. The voice of thunder tore through the heavens, not as a sound, but as the roar of a sky-born beast. Zeus, bleeding from his shoulder, shouted, "I won't lose again! Either I die here, or another sun must rise in your place." Hyperion laughed, blood running down his eye. "You'll be buried in the clouds, Zeus, and mourned by the winds you once mocked." Then silence, just for a moment, a single breath. And then everything ignited again, louder, hotter, wilder. The clouds could bear no more. The sky cracked, light screamed, lightning wept in silence. No one won, no one fled, no one faded. They danced the dance of death, as if the heavens had been torn from their throne and transformed into an arena with only one crown. Whose storm would outlast the other, Zeus or Hyperion? And so, the sky kept burning. Every bolt refused to die without igniting one final flame. But the battle was not over. It had only reached its peak, and now we descend to Earth, to the bastion, to the fourth front, where Koios and Erebus await, to face a wounded god, Hades. Chapter 47. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The fall of light into shadow, the assault on the stronghold. When the heart of the gods is attacked from where they least expect, even the heavens burn in vain. While the 3 fronts blazed, Zeus, clashing thunder to thunder with Hyperion in the skies, Poseidon tearing the oceans apart with tsunamis of fury, and the 100-handed shaking the earth as nations trembled beneath their feet, in that precise moment, the true collapse began. From behind the mountain, from cracks too narrow for light to see, emerged the 4th front. Erebus came first, like poisoned silence smiling. Before the strike, beside him, Koios, a nightmare that had forgotten the sound of its own voice, but mastered the language of slaughter. And behind them, an army not of footsteps, but of shadows. They did not march. They slithered. They did not shout. They whispered. They did not charge. They disappeared and reappeared behind you. 100,000 shades, not here to besiege, but to consume. Wake up. The stronghold breathes death. The blackness isn't night, It is a new front, born to erase what remains. Walls burst from behind, flames erupted where there were no doors, stones split apart, as if betrayal had infected the rock itself. Erebus stepped through, his long hair bleeding darkness, his face not bearing features but a promise, to erase. He roared, "I've come for your head, Hades, as you took the heads of our dead. Now, I'll teach you how death moves in shadow. Coward! Lord of false silence, I'll feed you death itself." He surged toward the gates, spears of darkness shredding the air behind him. Koios followed, his voice quaking not from fear, but from the violence it barely contained. "Cut the artery, crush the heart, burn what little sanctity remains." Inside the stronghold, wounded from battles past, Hades stood firm, not as one hoping to live, but as one who knew that his death would echo. He pressed his hand to his bleeding chest and declared, "You won't take this place. You'll pass only over my ashes." Then, the ground beneath him cracked open, and from the underworld they rose, beings of flame and rot, loyal soldiers of the dead, spawned in the deepest chambers of the damned.
The battle erupted. A spear sliced the air, pierced the neck of an Araban warrior. Erebus countered with a dagger of black fire, plunged it into the chest of a Hadean captain. Koios stormed the southern wing, igniting the weapon vaults in a blaze of betrayal. Hades roared, "Hold your ground! They do not own the sun. We are the ones who fight in darkness." One of the upper halls exploded. Golden corridors collapsed. Statues fell. Miniature gods were scattered like ash in the wind. From above, Zeus, mid-duel, glimpsed a strange glow behind him. His voice cracked. "The stronghold, it's burning!" But he couldn't descend. Hyperion had him locked. From the sea, Poseidon too turned, eyes wide. "Madness! The stronghold!" But Thaumas dragged him back by the throat. Even Demeter, feeling the soil beneath her weaken, whispered, "There's another front, one we did not see coming." But no one could intervene. The slaughter raged. The council chamber collapsed on soldiers' heads. A boulder exploded from within, and from it emerged a warrior of shadow, as if reborn from a curse. Hades drove a blade through Erebus, but she only smiled and vanished into smoke. Then, behind him, her voice, "You're next, grave king." And so it ended, or began. The fortress blazed, the sky dimmed under grey smoke, screams tangled with the howling wind. Hades fought on. His soldiers bled out. Erebus led like a curse with no face but its blade. Koios stood in the center of the massacre, drawing circles onto the earth, opening doors to depths not yet tapped. And thus, the fourth front was lit, the front of the heart, the front of the stronghold. But it was not yet over. It had only just begun. Chapter 48. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Curses of Blood. When the graves breathed again. When silence shatters, and the dead are born from wrath. The fortress burned, its wings aflame. Blood spilled across the thresholds, and the very walls bled. They no longer protected, they wept. Erebus laughed, watching one of the great gates crash down before him. His hand dripped hatred as he hissed, "Come, Hades, dance before your death. Let your shadows dance, the way our corpses danced when you tore them apart with your poison." Koios leapt from the ritual balcony, slammed his spear into the forgotten stones, and from the dust an army emerged. 1,000, 2, tides of new warriors,
They did not blink, they did not scream, they only killed. Hades stood back to wall, his soldiers falling one by one. Blood pooled beneath him. His voice hadn't been heard in minutes. One of his captains whispered, "My lord, we've fallen. The fortress will not hold." Silence. Then Hades closed his eyes, and from beneath the world a roar rose in his throat. "I was not born to live. I forged death with my own hands." He stretched his palms to the earth and began to murmur. Words no living ear could understand, but the air itself flinched. The skies trembled, the ground shook, and the ancient stones groaned, as if remembering something they buried long ago. Then he screamed, "Rise, O bones! Rise, O skeletons of hatred! Rise! You who died without farewell, who were stabbed without a voice, who burned without a name! Rise!" And in a moment that defied every law, the dead moved. The slain, the butchered, the mutilated stood again. But they were not as they once were. They had no faces, no voices, no fear. They were hell made flesh. Then Hades closed his eyes, and from beneath the world a roar rose in his throat. "I was not born to live. I forged death with my own hands." He stretched his palms to the earth and began to murmur. Words no living ear could understand, but the air itself flinched. The skies trembled, the ground shook, and the ancient stones groaned, as if remembering something they buried long ago. Then he screamed, "Rise, O bones! Rise, O skeletons of hatred! Rise, you who died without farewell, who were stabbed without a voice, who burned without a name! Rise!" And in a moment that defied every law, the dead moved. The slain, the butchered, the mutilated stood again, but they were not as they once were. They had no faces, no voices, no fear. They were hell made flesh. Erebus stared at the first one to rise. "No," he muttered. "This is no trick. This is sorcery, a curse." One of his shadow soldiers stabbed a fallen corpse, but the corpse grabbed the spear, then ripped the attacker apart with claws it never had in life. The voice of Hades returned, but not from his mouth. The entire fortress seemed to speak in his name. "Now I am the Lord of Darkness. I do not live. I return. I do not fight. I curse." Koios shouted, "Should we fall back?" Erebus snapped, "No! Don't retreat! Fight them! They're just dead." But he was lying to himself. The battle exploded. A shadow soldier plunged his blade into a corpse, but the corpse kept fighting. One of them, without legs, crawled like a scorpion and snapped his enemy's neck. A soldier of Erebus tried to flee, but something dragged him down by the ankle, as if the earth itself had become a mouth. A wall burst open, and from it, a procession of skeletal warriors emerged, bearing banners with no names, only rage. The sound was not a scream, it was a tomb opening. The fortress shook. For the first time, Erebus stepped back, and for the first time, Hades advanced, but he didn't smile, he didn't shout. He only looked. His voice came not like the voice of the living, but of something older. "Here I began, and here you will end." The battle turned. What had once been a massacre became a war. Every fighter who fell rose again. Every wound that opened birthed another hand. But Erebus did not flee, and Koios did not fall silent. Erebus growled, "Even if you raise every corpse, we will bury them again." Deeper. Koios added, "Let us show him how to tear the darkness even when it's the one fighting back. And so, the war did not end. The heat of hell only climbed higher. Hades had now become the god of death. But Erebus still held a dagger, one that had never tasted blood, and Koios still harbored a door within his chest, a door to somewhere worse. The battle of the fortress raged on, and the Hell of Shadows was only writing its second chapter.
Chapter 49, From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time, the Blood of Erebus, the Shatter of Koios, and the Roar of Death. When hatred strikes a mountain, and wrath grows fangs, they thought they had seen the worst, but what they witnessed was only the threshold. Koios stood amid the ruins, his chest heaving with the breath of hell, his eyes locked on blood and nothing else. His voice erupted like a collapsing galaxy. Enough! He struck the ground with his palm, and the earth split. In a flicker, black light burst forth, not fire, but something that devours fire. He threw his hand forward, and in a single motion, 20,000 soldiers of Hades were obliterated. Their bodies vaporized, their blood rose as smoke, even the stone beneath them burned, untouched. Koios growled, "This is not my power. It is the rage of those you betrayed, Hades." In the heart of the fortress, Hades stood, wounded, bleeding, but unmoved. He growled, and for the first time, his color shifted, from black to gray to radiant white, until he became a phantom of shadow. Chapter 49, From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time, the Blood of Erebus, the Shatter of Koios, and the Roar of Death. When hatred strikes a mountain, and wrath grows fangs, they thought they had seen the worst, but what they witnessed was only the threshold. Koios stood amid the ruins, his chest heaving with the breath of hell, his eyes locked on blood and nothing else. His voice erupted like a collapsing galaxy. Enough! He struck the ground with his palm, and the earth split. In a flicker, black light burst forth, not fire, but something that devours fire. He threw his hand forward, and in a single motion, 20,000 soldiers of Hades were obliterated, their bodies vaporized, their blood rose as smoke. Even the stone beneath them burned, untouched. Koios growled, "This is not my power. It is the rage of those you betrayed, Hades." In the heart of the fortress, Hades stood, wounded, bleeding, but unmoved. He growled, and for the first time, his color shifted, from black to gray to radiant white, until he became a phantom of shadow. His voice did not sound like a living thing. "Every soldier you slay will fight you 100 times over." He raised his hand and uttered words the earth had never heard. "Arios, Nymeris, Obolia." Not names of the dead, but names of curses. And in that moment, the spirits returned to their flesh. But not as they were, they rose, each maimed soldier returning with 6 arms, each blinded warrior now bearing 3 eyes. All who had died came back with a hunger that death could not satisfy. Erebus advanced, his hair burning like living flame. His blade was no longer a weapon, but sin incarnate. He sneered, "Tell me, Hades, did death teach you to fight, or are you simply replaying the same old play? Come, and I'll show you how a shadow screams when it's carved open." He leapt, tore through the air, and struck the earth with his sword, summoning spirals of black mist that devoured dozens of shadow soldiers, turning them into breathing stones, then detonating them. But Hades did not fall. He roared, spread his arms wide, and from beneath his feet faceless beasts crawled upward, ripping apart all who dared approach.
Koios shouted, "I will end you now, rot-stained relic of the past."
He slammed his fist into the earth again, a boulder cracked loose from the mountain. With a wave of his hand, he shaped it into a spear of light and hurled it like he was throwing the moon. The spear tore through the wall, shattered half the fortress, and the corpses fell like autumn leaves, only to rise again. Screams filled every corner. The world shrank beneath the weight of violence. Even the sky shivered. Erebus slapped 2 soldiers aside with a single hand, then turned to Hades and spat. "You coward, son of a traitorous whore! I'll make you scream your mother's name before I sever your head and nail it to this wall." But Hades smiled and said, "I do not die. I teach death how to die." He stomped his foot, and from beneath them ancient rites awakened. Glowing squares and arching sigils erupted, drawing patterns the mind could not grasp. Whoever stepped into the circle vanished, not dead, not bleeding, just gone. Erebus recoiled, then slashed the air, and from the wind burst knives of whispered malice. They stabbed into Hades' sigils and shattered them. The howling returned, the fortress screamed, the walls wept fire, and the sky began to rain stone. No one stopped. Koios bellowed, "We will burn you, Hades. We will butcher you before your gods."
Hades answered,
"Kill me, if you can. But remember, every soldier you slay, I will bring back, and his voice will scream inside your sleep." And so, this was no longer a battle. It had become a storm, a curse, an earthquake without end. But this was not the end, because in the next chapter, something else will change, something no one is prepared for.
Chapter 50. The throne quakes. When Cronus struck the earth with his sickle, no one calls his name. He declares it himself, in the deepest corners of darkness within a fortress sculpted from cold shadow, in the crack between 2 moments of time. Cronus stirred. He opened his eyes, and time itself gasped. He reached out, and the void shuddered. His fingers closed around the sickle, the same blade that split history, the same blade Gaia forged with her bare hands, the same blade that drank the blood of the sky. He ran his fingers along its edge, as if wiping clean an ancient slaughter that had never truly dried. And then he whispered, but it wasn't a whisper. It was a command to existence. "It is time. Rise with me, my sickle. It is time to return." He raised the blade, then drove it into the earth, and in a moment that couldn't be measured, the world convulsed. Yes, the world convulsed. Time choked. The pulse of hours lost its rhythm. Hearts trembled before the mountains did. The sky tore open above the battlefield. Mountains cracked without being touched. The sea curled in upon itself, as if trying to flee from something that cannot sail. Time broke. And across the world, creatures awoke from their sleep, not out of fear of an enemy, but because something, somewhere, had said, "Enough." And then Cronus screamed, not a sound for ears, but a cry that bleeds into roots. "I am Cronus. I am the god, the tyrant, the one who cut the sky and hung the sun from my father's corpse. I am the first murderer, the crime that made thrones tremble. I began death, and now I bring it back." His words weren't sound, they were earthquakes. An earthquake in the sky,
where Zeus, from afar, saw his lightning tremble. The bolts in his hand froze. He spoke, barely audible to the wind itself. That is what my mother feared I'd one day see. He has returned, the first tyrant, Cronus. Does he now fill the sky? In the depths of the sea, Poseidon felt his trident go still. He no longer knew if he stood in water or in a nightmare of dread. He whispered to the waves, "It's him, the thief of time, the one who drank the light of the first father. Kronos has come to swallow those who escaped him." A soldier cried out, "The waves! They've stopped! Nothing moves, as if the sea itself is choking." And on land, the 100-handed giants froze, their eyes lifted toward the sky, as if scenting blood in the air. One spoke, his voice like a tombstone's breath. "That shadow, we know it." Another answered, "That's no king. That's the one who buried us for centuries, the beast who tore the heavens. Has Kronos moved, the father of the first crime?" Then, from the fortress of shadow, his voice returned, sharper, crueler, unstoppable. "Sons of the traitorous whore, I was merciful when I swallowed you as infants. Today, I'll devour you fully grown. Your escape from my gut was not salvation. It was a delay. And now, the end begins." Far away, in a cave where lightning was once hidden in her womb, Rhea collapsed to her knees. She pressed her hand to the cold stone wall, as if touching her past. Her voice shook. He has spoken. The beast who cut the sky, the monster I feared from my first tear. Oh gods, I wish I'd never birthed. I wish I had hidden no one."
He has returned, and this is what I feared most."
Cronus had not appeared, but everyone saw him. They saw him in the stillness of the sea, in the trembling of mountains, in the scream of light. They saw him stretch across the horizon, his shadow becoming the sky, his voice becoming the earth. And then he screamed. One last cry that filled every living creature and every stone. "I am Kronos, and I will slice this time as I once sliced the sky." In the deep, in a place that might be stone or a chest of earth, Gaia's heart trembled. Yes, Gaia, Mother Earth, the one who does not quake, does not kneel, does not cry, stopped. She placed a hand over her unseen breast and whispered, as if her voice rose from a scream murdered ages ago. "That's him, the one who split the sky with the sickle I forged with my own hands. He never asked for a weapon. He asked for an end." She remembered the blood. She remembered the first blade. She remembered how even the sky itself quivered when that sickle plunged into its heart. And she said, trembling, "I wish I'd never forged it. I wish I'd never birthed him. This son, this monster, is not born from my womb, but from the silence of all worlds." And on the other fronts, as the voice fell from the heavens and they watched time writhe, the leaders of the Titans looked up. Perses, Thaumas, Hyperion, Atlas, Erebus, Coeus, all of them stopped. No one spoke, until Perses whispered, "That voice doesn't belong to anyone." Thaumas, staring at the burning horizon, replied, That's not a scream. That's the sickle speaking." Another murmured, "I swear I felt the same tremor I felt when the sky first bled." At the edge of the skyfront, Hyperion stood still and said, "He was never one of us, not a Titan, but the first crime, and the final reckoning." And across every battlefield, those who had been fighting,
stopped because they all saw Kronos. Not with their eyes, but with their terror. They saw the sickle, not as a weapon, but as a crime that had never been forgiven. They heard him not as a call to war, but as a fate that could not be undone. And in that moment, no one fought, no one smiled, everyone only looked. Because the shadow that returned was not the shadow of a father, but the shadow of an ending long delayed. And then came the sound, the sickle dragging across the earth, a tremor like the weeping of time itself, and one final cry from earth, sky, and sea alike. Kronos has risen. If you've made it this far, then you are truly a seeker of knowledge. Support this journey with a kind word, a simple like, or even a small subscription, for its impact is far greater than you think. Your voice is the one that keeps this saga alive. Chapter 51. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Shattering of the Tides. Poseidon beneath the grip of Kronos. When defeat repeats until the sea forgets its own voice. At a moment when the sky was dying, lightning bolt by bolt, when the earth was weeping beneath the fists of the 100-handed, and the fortress overflowed with corpses as if killing had become routine, then the sea stirred again. Poseidon, the god who bled salt until his veins became waves. Poseidon, the wounded, the sunken, the one who rose again and exploded. Poseidon, who swore he would never be buried alone. Now, from the pit of his being, he roared, "What happened? Did not scare me. The scream of the sky did not break me, nor the quake of the earth, not even the silence of the stronghold." He raised his trident and howled like a hurricane. "I rose to shatter the world, and I will not fear time, not even if it collapses upon me 1,000 times." He surged forward, but the sea did not follow. The water that once obeyed, the tide that moved by his will, the waves that crashed when he commanded, all stopped. He hurled his trident, and it froze mid-air. It did not fall, it did not hit, it did not move. It simply lingered, like a question that refused to be answered. The wave he summoned with his body exploded, then repeated again and again, until the sea looked like a broken reel of film, looping the same frame, the same scream, the same crash, the same defeat. Poseidon roared. "What is this? Why won't the sea obey? Who dares defy my command?" Then a voice spoke, not from the sky, not from the ground, not from the sea, but from within him, the voice of Kronos. Each word dropped like a time bomb. "You fool, son of the coward, haven't you realized? You're not fighting me, you're living your death before you die." And then darkness, not the darkness of night, but of a moment corrupted. Kronos whispered, "I don't strike. I slow the moment until it kills you. I don't fight. I repeat your downfall 1,000 times before you fall. I don't slay. I return you to the day you feared yourself and leave you there, trapped, watching me, unable to scream." Poseidon. He didn't answer. He couldn't. He was trying to move his arm, and it moved, then rewound again. He tried to advance, but found himself retreating, as if the sea had become a prison of his own being. Then came Perses, a strike from behind like a boulder born from the ocean's ribs. Poseidon dodged, by slicing time itself. Then came Thaumas, descending from above, casting a blaze of marine fire like the wrath of a drowned god. Poseidon deflected it, but his trident trembled in his grip. Then came the third blow,
not from an enemy, but from time. The trident broke. The sound was not of a weapon shattering, but of history collapsing. The tides quaked, the sea gasped, Poseidon fell, screaming. But the sound came too late, then repeated, then vanished. He reached for his trident and found it still floating, suspended in air, waiting for a moment that would never come. And then he heard a voice inside him, not Kronos this time, but his own. Is this the end? Is this me? Where is the sea? Where is my wave? Where is my trident? Where am I? He fell, not dead, but broken. His trident dropped, his pride shattered, and as the waters circled around him, waiting for someone to save him or to end him, Poseidon fell, not as a god, but as a shadow, desperately searching for one last wave, to carry him away to any time other than this one.
Chapter 52.
From the War of the Titans. Clash of weapons and the fall of time. The last ash. The collapse of the earth between. Fist and wall. When time grinds hope into dust, the earth breaks from within. The sound of aging soil, stones sighing, a rumble that belongs not to the mountains, but to memory. The land was still writhing from the wounds of war, but something crept between its cracks, not a spear, not an earthquake, but time itself, shattered. And spilling from the mouth of the beast called Cronus, Demeter stood, pressing her spear into soil that once birthed hope. She cried, "Fear not, army of the earth. We once lived inside its belly, and it did not suffocate us. We will not be buried again." But the land did not respond. She drove her spear deeper, and a grey flower bloomed. But it wasn't a flower, it was a memory of a season never planted, never harvested, lost between beginning and end. Briareus, one of the 100-handed ones, roared, "We will not return to Tartarus. Kill me if you must, but don't send me back." Then they charged, Briareus, Cottus, Gyges, like 100 bolts of stone and fire. Each fist carried a cliff, each step collapsed an era, but what they didn't know was that time itself had turned against them. Not strength stopped them, not magic, but the moment itself broke. Every one of their 100 hands moved through different timelines. One struck the past, one waited for the future. Another clung to the present like it was drowning. Their fists swung, but not in unison. One ahead of the moment, one behind, one looping endlessly, as if time had shattered inside their flesh. They were no longer 100 synchronized strikes, but 100 failures, out of sync. And then, from the gray heavens above, came the voice, deeper than mountains, heavier than dread. Kronos. He spoke. "Atlas, stop defending. Strike the children of the traitor. I stand with you now. I am time. And I will make every fall repeat until it becomes destiny." Atlas, silent for too long, lifted his arms toward the sky, not to hold back death, but to create it. He raised the mountains, not one, 3, and spun them over his head like a vortex of the end. Then bellowed, "I bore the heavens once. Now I shall bring them down upon you."
He hurled them, the plains cracked, smaller peaks ignited, the earth caught fire, but the 100-handed stood tall. Briareus leapt, Cottus spread his arms like a flaming forest. Gyges slammed 30 fists against the incoming sky. The blast exploded. They held, but staggered. Their hands didn't bleed. They glowed. They bled. Time. Atlas didn't pause. He struck again. Raised the sky and smashed it into the land. Don't shield yourselves with the sky. It never wanted you. It won't save you now. This time, 30 hands shattered, but the giants stood, bleeding, but still roaring. We will not return to Tartarus. The third assault came only through Atlas's eyes. He glared, and the mountains bowed. The fourth was silence. He walked forward, wordless, and his steps caused earthquakes that crushed everything in their path. Demeter screamed, "The earth does not cry out, but she is dying." Then came the fifth blow, the one no one expected. Cronus slipped into their rhythm, into their timing, into their very strikes. Each fist missed its moment. One hit the future, one punched the past, one fell for no reason at all, as if time itself was ground to dust between their bones. Atlas roared, "Only now are my hands finally free of mercy." And he lunged. One strike, but it wasn't like before. It wasn't a blow. It was a mountain collapsing onto a body whose time had ended. Gyges, the one who haunted legends, took the full force. His scream never reached the air. First fell his shadow, then his body, then his forgotten name, erased from the pages of the beginning. Briareus and Cottus screamed, but their voices dripped with fear. One of them looked at Atlas, then at the sky, then at nothing, searching for a salvation he didn't believe in. Demeter wept, not because a giant had fallen, but because the earth finally understood. When a wall attacks, it leaves behind nothing but dust that smells like the end. Chapter 53. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the Silence of Lightning, the Fall of the Celestial Wing. When thunder freezes and a god is left suspended in the moment of defeat, a crack of lightning rose, then broke, mid-cry, as if the heavens had swallowed it whole. In the instant, the seas fractured and the earth turned into breathing ash. In the moment, time itself screamed, not to warn, but to revive what should never return. Zeus was in the sky, summoning his thunderbolt for a final strike. He raised his arm, lightning trembling in his grasp, but it did not ignite, as if the cloud hesitated, as if time clenched around his throat and whispered, "Not yet. Live the defeat again." Zeus couldn't tell, was he in the sky, or back on that day, that first day he fell beneath Hyperion's hand. He saw his uncle smile, but the smile didn't end. It looped, again and again, as if the moment of loss had become a reel with no cut. He tried to scream, but his voice hung between two ticks of time. The lightning went silent. Even the clouds froze. Even thunder whispered, afraid to finish its sentence. Hyperion saw it all, and saw Zeus reaching for his bolt, but finding nothing. Then he spoke, his voice like a kiss upon the corpse of time. "So this is lightning raised in a cave."
And from beyond the sky came a voice that did not belong to heaven, but to a grandeur older than time. Cronus said, "Hyperion, kill this naive whelp. Let the lightning die twice, and don't let the traitor's son see another dawn." Hyperion didn't hesitate. He surged forward, a blade forged of ancient suns. His hand lit the clouds with a single breath, and he struck Zeus with a blow not meant to kill, but to extinguish what remained of light. The lightning died. Zeus didn't fall, but he could no longer fly. He remained suspended. Like a corpse pinned to the wing of heaven, eyes locked on every bolt around him, not one answered. Deep within him, the lightning screamed, but no one heard. Every wound replayed, every defeat rewound, every spear returned from the past to stab him anew. The sky, no longer blue but gray, the color of humiliation. The clouds, tombstones, caught in the stillness before dawn. And Zeus, he didn't scream, he didn't cry, he didn't beg for rescue, he simply waited for someone to wake time from its slumber, or to be buried in that moment itself, a god who did not die, but whose lightning chose to leave first.
Chapter 54. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. Eagles do not soar in vain, when the final banner was set ablaze. There is a difference between dying in battle and dying for the battle. A gust of wind howled through the frozen skies, but it wasn't wind. It was the breath of death, long asleep in a forgotten wing. Time stopped, the fortress froze, swords hung still in mid-strike, even the screams of soldiers began to loop, echoes of a war that had not yet ended, and yet was already too old. Then, something moved, something unknown to time, something Cronus could not reach. Metis moved. She did not run. She walked, like someone who knows. Time is now the enemy. She entered a nameless tunnel, unlocked a gate said to open only twice in eternity, and whispered a sentence that was never written in any book. Now, we break everything, or we save everything. And the Eagle Division was unleashed. No one saw where they came from. No one saw how they fell from the sky. But when they descended, the wind cracked, the light split, and the silence became louder than war.
These were no wings of birds. These were weapons you could not see, only smell, like something burning before it strikes. Their numbers were unknown, but it was said that when they landed, the entire fortress shook. Erebus turned. Coeus paused. Even Hades stared, as if something older than himself had returned. And then, Hestia. She emerged from the smoke, her hair glowing like fire, begging her forgiveness. She spoke, calm but cutting like a blade. "We will not return to the belly of the tyrant. We will not die here." In silence, Hera shouted from the other side, "This is not the end. It is the beginning of vengeance for all who were broken in the womb of time." And they charged together. Hestia made the earth erupt beneath her feet. Hera hurled lightning, not divine justice, but the raw fury of a woman wronged by history itself. And the eagles? They didn't fight. They annihilated. Whole legions fell like myths undone. Coeus tried to retaliate, but a nameless shot pierced his shoulder,
as if fired from a future not yet born. He roared, but staggered. Erebus attempted to climb to his aid, but the eagles surrounded him, not with violence, but with disregard, as if he wasn't even worth killing. In the distance, Hades sighed. He looked to Hera, then to Hestia, then to the eagles, and said, "If this is what remains of fire, then let them all burn." And something changed in Hades. He wrapped his body in shadow, not as a retreat, but as a ritual, as if the blood he'd spilled were sigils, as if the wounds were keys, as if temporary defeat was the door to a beast never unleashed before. He growled, he groaned, he shattered, and then he remade himself in the darkness. He was no longer the Hades we knew. He was the god behind every coffin. He raised his hand, but it was no longer a hand. It was a curse of 1,000 deaths. He screamed, and the earth split. Souls unborn tumbled out, beasts without names, and a black light that burned memory itself. He released his power, a force unseen in the first war, unimagined in the Titanomachy. Everything before him dissolved. The army that crushed front lines collapsed. Soldiers exploded, as if their bodies had never been meant to endure this moment. The air caught fire. The walls committed suicide. Even Koios recoiled, screaming, "That is not Hades! That's something else!" Then the eagles came, and the sky ignited. Weapons unknown descended from above. Blows rained from all sides. Hestia from the right, Hera from the left, eagles from the sky. It was as if the fortress had summoned every soul who refused to lose, as if wrath itself had finally chosen to speak. One line broke, then another, then the entire army fled, as if they were born only for this single moment of retreat. Even Erebus, who had never known the taste of withdrawal, withdrew. He dragged his shadow behind him and vanished into an exhale that sounded like surrender. And so, the fortress was freed, not because they defended it, but because Hades had become a god even his name feared to say aloud, and because eagles are never sent in vain, and to anyone who believes this is the end, remember, those who fled today will return, but at a cost far greater, because after this day, only the great shall remain.
Chapter 55, From the War of the Titans. Clash of weapons and the fall of time. Who saves the gods? The roar of armed mercy. Sometimes salvation is more violent than war. Heavy breaths, rushing footsteps, doors flung open, distant explosions, as if the world itself were exhaling its last breath. And then Hades, screaming in a voice no one had ever heard from him before. Roars of soldiers, shouts of victory mixed with the taste of blood, boots hammering the stone floors, crying, "We won! They fled like cowards! Chase them down, don't let them escape!" Hestia raised the burning banner. The fortress breathes again. We've lit our fire inside the tyrant's chest. Hera laughed. For the first time since this war began, Erebus ran. Koios is buried under rubble. A soldier shouted from atop the walls, "Open the gates! The eagles never return from the sky unless they carry a victory." And the fortress erupted in the ecstasy of triumph. But then, a roar, sharp, sudden, silence crashed down like a blade. A single footstep struck the stone like a verdict. Hades bellowed, "Stop! All of you, stop! This is not the time for victory. Our brothers, on other fronts, they are drowning in hell.
Cronus has risen, and time itself is now their enemy. Every cheer we let loose here could be the second one of them is struck down out there. So what do we do? Leave them behind, or set the skies ablaze? Again? His eyes glowed within a fire. Cronus has moved, and every minute we delay is another bite of time chewing through one of my brothers. Hestia, clutching her spear like a child she refused to let go, said, "If Zeus falls, no other lightning will ever be born." Hera, her rage barely hiding the terror beneath it, growled, "I swear, if even one of them dies, I'll turn Tartarus into Cronus's personal grave." Metis, silent in the corner, was drawing a battle map on stone. She said, "We have 3 fronts, 3 commanders, 3 wings of shadow-born eagles. Then let's open the sky and bring them back before their names become stories carved on their tombs." The plan didn't launch. It rose like the fortress itself had awoken. This wasn't an attack. It was a resurrection.
Hades, clad in a black armor pulsing with curses, declared, "I'll go to the sea, alone. Poseidon will not die." Hestia, kissing her spear as if sealing a vow, said, "I go to the land. Demeter and the giants shall not be buried beneath the earth again." Hera, stretching her hand to Metis, said, "And the sky? That's mine." Metis laughed softly, a quiet sound full of dread and admiration. "The sky? No one survives in the sky, but if you return with it, I will write your name on the brow of war." The eagle division split in 2. Half flew with Hestia, half flew with Hera. And Hades, the god of death, he went alone, not to fight, but to breach, to steal, to rip the living from the jaws of time itself. Trumpets, wings unfurled, swords hummed, chains roared. Then, silence. Hera, boarding a chariot forged from glowing clouds, whispered, "I want them all alive, and if one dies, let time be buried with him." Hestia, eyes closed, muttered, "No one steals my brothers, unless I choke on their blood." Hades, without looking back, simply said, "I'm not saving them, I'm bringing them back, because the war is far from over." A high-pitched pulse, an explosion, then 3 different shock waves blasted from the fortress, each one ripping the sky in a different direction. And thus began the greatest rescue mission in the history of the gods. There was no time for tears, no space for farewells, only a single vow echoing in their chests. We leave no one behind. We leave no one to time. No one gets devoured. And anyone who saw them now would understand. The war had not yet begun. Everything before this was merely the prologue. For it takes a god to save a god, when time itself becomes the enemy. Chapter 56. From the war of the Titans, clash of weapons, and the fall of time. Wave of death, Hades rises. Over the sea. When the sea screams into the face of doom, and death comes not as an enemy, but as a savior. Cheers echoed, trumpets of triumph blared, soldiers roared with victory. But Hades moved. He did not smile. He did not shout. Because when death raises the banner of salvation, who dares to escape? The sea was dying. Poseidon, half broken, his trident fractured by time itself, his arm frozen in a strike that would never land.
as if the ocean mocked his defeat with every wave. Perses stood poised to strike, while Thaumas circled like a storm biding its final blow. Everything repeated. Every hit struck only the past. Each wound replayed memory, not flesh. Then, a sound like the sea splitting open. Air whistled, a roar, not belonging to any god heard before. A wave rose, not of water, but of shadow, of frozen ash, of names long buried. Hades emerged, not riding the wave, but breaking it. He rose from beneath the ocean like one dragged unwillingly from sleep. He did not swim. He shattered the sea's spine and stood upon it. Perses recoiled, screaming, "What is this? Who walks the ocean without getting wet?" Thaumas, choked by shadows, rasped, "This is no time for questions. This is time to run." But time no longer belonged to them. Hades's voice tore through the horizon like a flood of black fire. "This sea is no longer yours, and death hasn't shut its gates yet." He roared, "Rise, soldiers who were never given their graves." The seabed cracked, and from it surged the dead, bodies gray as dusk, arms like anchors, eyes glowing like they'd stared straight into the end of days. They didn't swim. They moved. Like a wall of vengeance beneath the surface, they turned back every spear, swallowed every thunderbolt, sealed the ocean like it had become a mass grave for the living. Hades approached his brother. Poseidon, barely breathing, his face bloodied, his trident snapped like the sea's own heart. Hades knelt beside him and said, "Your end is not today. I decide who dies." He grabbed him by the chest, whistled once, short and sharp. The waves shook and parted. From the breach, the eagles emerged. Only 3, but they didn't fly. They cut through the sea like blades. One carried Poseidon's broken trident and restored it as if time had obeyed his hand. The second pulled Poseidon's limp body to safety. The third unleashed a storm of mist, blinding the enemy, and in a heartbeat, Hades was gone. The sea screamed behind him, his enemies frozen, stuck in a time that no longer moved. Perses, blood trickling from his mouth, gasped. Did death just save him? Has death become lightning's ally? Thaumas, fading behind the waves, muttered, "No, lightning has become death's brother, and we are not ready for that." The ocean closed, folded in on itself. Then, silence. Then, one last breath from the chest of the sea. And so, Poseidon did not die. The sea did not win. But something changed. The god who never rushes moved. And those who saw him that day know now. Death does not always come to take. Sometimes it comes to save the ones not meant to leave just yet. Chapter 57. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Wall of Fire, Hestia against Atlas. When eagles fall, it does not mean the sky has lost. The earth thundered, mountains cracked open like drums of war. 100 voices screamed in unison, then fell silent. The soil still trembled, like it remembered pain too vividly. Demeter, cloaked in blood and dust, dug her spear into the ground, trying to awaken the land. But the earth no longer listened. Briareus and Cottus carried their fallen brother, but even their 100 hands trembled. Time itself refused to help them, and Atlas, relentless, did not pause. Every stone he hurled was not mere rubble, but a mountain flung like a collapsing fortress of the heavens. The strikes fell like meteors, directionless, ruthless, no time to run, no mercy to beg for. Demeter cried out, brushing shrapnel from her thigh. "We won't leave here alive if this continues. Even the soil only grows death now." Cottus pounded the dirt with all his fists, shouting, "Let me die striking, not remembering." Then the sky opened. A sound like metal shrieking through air, wings slicing clouds, screams of falling soldiers, not with parachutes, but like thunder reborn in feathers.
The Eagle Division, or half of it. And Hestia was at the front. Her spear wasn't forged like the gods. It burned like the hearth's flame when wrath is all that's left. She roared. A voice meant for mountains. "We didn't come to die. We came to steal what life remains and flee before the heavens seal us inside." Briareus shielded Demeter with his colossal body, calling out, "You who fall from the skies, carry us before we become part of the earth." One eagle soldier barked back, "We don't carry the fallen. We carry those who still scream despite the fall." But Atlas saw them. He didn't hesitate. He bit down on a mountain's peak and threw it, as if to say, "No one leaves alive." Explosion, screams, landslides, a roar from deep within the mountain's ribs. The eagle lines shattered. Many fell before they could even land. The sky caught fire, burning red with dust. Hestia shouted, "Protect the giants, even if it costs you all." The eagles fired, not arrows, but counter-meteors, carving tunnels through the falling rocks, burning as they struck. Not to kill, but to open paths. One eagle detonated with his own weapon, tearing a hole in the cliff, shouting before death, "Clear the way, even if only our corpses make it through." Hestia reached Demeter, shielding her with her own body, dragging her back. "You're not dying here, not after what the skies gave up for you." Briareus, bleeding from 50 arms, cried out, "Take Gaius's body. I won't leave him, even if I have to drag him with my teeth." Atlas roared from the distance, but still, he did not move forward. He struck, like a wall that kills without stepping closer. An eagle shouted, "The path is open! Fall back, now!" But one didn't move, then another, then a third. They stared forward and saw something beyond retreat. They saw Atlas advancing. The air rippled. Something hit. Something that had no name. The mountain itself roared. Atlas was no longer a wall. He became an onslaught. His arms, crossing the battlefield like twin meteors. Every stone he hurled didn't just crush the body. It struck time itself, shattered memory, burned futures. Hestia clutched Demeter and whispered, "What is this? He was only holding back before. Now he strikes as if the sky itself is bearing his weight." One eagle, falling fast, screamed, "He's expanding! By the gods, he's multiplying!" Indeed, with each scream Atlas gave, his shadow doubled, 3, then 5, then the mountain seemed to birth itself anew with every step he took.
Briareus, flailing against air instead of enemies, cried out, "Time betrays us! This hand is in tomorrow, that one's stuck in yesterday. I'm fighting myself!" Cottus crawled toward his fallen brother. "Cronus is still here, still ripping our time apart like Atlas tears our bodies." Hestia screamed to the eagles, "Don't retreat, but don't die for nothing." A soldier yelled back, bracing against a boulder bigger than a fortress, "Better death than being slowly crushed by a stone that speaks." Atlas struck, a valley fractured, struck again, the sky split from the mountain, and from it, fire, source unknown, poured down. A third strike. The ground exploded beneath Demeter. Hestia clawed her out with bare hands, beneath rain, beneath stone, beneath doubt. A collective gasp, then silence, then a sigh from the mountain's heart itself. The eagles did not flee, but they did not win. The giants still missed their timing, and Atlas kept multiplying, as if time itself had decided to give birth to the mountain again. Hestia, staring at the sky now ceiling above them, said, "We're not under siege, we're under history. And Atlas is a book that no longer knows how to close." Chapter 58. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Rise of Death. The Descent of Hades into the Earthquake Field. A landslide whispered through the cracked terrain. Murmurs echoed from the wounds of the earth. Screams strangled themselves mid-birth. When all believed the end had begun, that Atlas had become the mountain no soul could cross, that time itself had betrayed them, just as the 100 hands had failed to hold it back, something appeared. Something only death could have expected. The air shivered. Stones rained from the sky. The earth howled beneath Atlas's wrath. And then a sound rose. Not from a mouth, but from the underworld's own throat. A roar, so sacred, so violent, it halted the blows, shattered the screaming, and froze terror mid-beat inside the enemy's chest. It was as if the mountain had vomited in fear of what it saw. Everyone froze. The giants gasped. The eagle soldiers hovered still in air. Even Atlas, who had never stopped since the moment of his birth, lifted his arm in hesitation, as if something ancient, something before time, had slapped him, without touching him. Then the ground exploded, and from the splitting earth rose a shadow unlike any being. Hades. Yes, Hades. But not the Olympian god of stories. No, what stepped out now was something older than fear, harsher than time, more honest than despair. One soldier fell to his knees, whispering, "He has returned." A woman sobbed, eyes bleeding from disbelief. "It's him. He doesn't come to save, he comes to redefine death." Then they came, the soldiers of the underworld, as if resurrected from the mouth of Apocalypse, their faces ash, their swords dripping curses, their march judgment, not advance. Every boulder Atlas had hurled hung motionless. Mountains mid-collapse paused in the air. Even Atlas's voice choked in his throat. His laughter curdled into the cough of a god who could no longer believe his eyes. Hestia, blood trailing her lips, whispered, "Who said we were defeated? Even death now fights for us." And all saw what no mortal, no god, no dream had ever dared imagine. Hope crawled out of the graves of hope. Salvation arrived, on feet of fire, wearing a face unknown to life. Hades, yes, Hades,
returned from the seafront, his blood not yet dry, the ashes of the last battle still clinging to his form. But he didn't need rest. He was rest, the eternal kind. He appeared atop the mountain, walking not on stone, but on shadow itself. Each step summoned a curse to walk beside him. He raised his hand, and the ground obeyed, splitting as though it had waited lifetimes for his command. And from the chasms came a host that belonged to no time, an army of the dead, emerged from cracks, rifts, stone wombs. Hundreds, thousands, ashen faces, blades of silencing death. The giants froze, the eagles gasped again, even Atlas raised his arm once more, confused by an unseen force unraveling his certainty. Hestia, her blood dripping from her brow, said, "It's him, the undying, the uncalled, the one who arrives when life itself refuses to save you." Darkness knelt at his feet. He raised his hand again. The earth bloated open like a river of rot, and from it, flaming chariots emerged. His soldiers mounted them, and then Hades spoke, not with a voice but with a command that could never be disobeyed.
Take them! Take them!
Leave nothing behind. And those who resist, return them to before birth. What followed felt more like dream than war. Demeter was lifted from the rubble. Hestia carried on the shoulders of shadow. Briareus and Cottus hoisted like heroes, and the corpse of Gyes, wrapped in a shroud of ash, buried with chants only the dead could understand. And while the sky was grinding itself into dust, and the land gnawed at their heels, Hades screamed. But it was no scream. It was closure, a cry that sealed the path, as if doomsday itself had come to lock the way behind them. Hades withdrew, and with him his entire hell. The earth collapsed behind their escape, not with stone, but with that cry. A cry no one could translate, no one could write, no one could forget. The battle didn't end in silence. It ended in awe. Because no one who witnessed what happened said, "We survived." They all said, when death arrived, life itself learned how to hide. Chapter 59. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the sky seals shut, Zeus and the light under siege. A lightning bolt tore through daylight, a scream dying before it could be born, a thunderclap that staggered the clouds. Zeus was in the sky, bleeding from his chest, his eyes fixed on a sun dying in flames. Hyperion stood before him, striking like an army forged of fire, surrounded by beings of pure flame, unmelting, unyielding. And then the winds split open, and from the fracture came Hera, not as wife, but as a storm, a cyclone walking on thunderclouds. Behind her, half the eagle legion soared, the squad of lethal silence, their numbers uncountable, but each one, a weapon no tongue could describe. Zeus shouted when he saw her, "You're late! I nearly got buried in the light." Hera cracked the sky with a whip of electrified mist and roared, "I will not let you die, cave-born. Not today, not ever." The eagles dove, ripping sunlight apart as if they stabbed daylight with knives of night, surrounding Zeus in a shield of counter-lightning. But Hyperion, bleeding from his nose, laughed, a sound that sliced through the highest layers of air.
You came to save Zeus?
He growled. Then you'll leave when the day peels off its own skin. He raised his hands, unleashed a solar blast that scorched the clouds. The eagles screamed. For the first time, But that wasn't the end. Suddenly, lightning froze. Yes, the very force of Zeus halted. Cronus appeared on the far end of the sky. He didn't attack, he simply moved one finger, and thunder ricocheted, time looped, and Zeus's heartbeat lagged behind his body. Hera slashed at the fractured time rings and shouted, "Cronus, you're not fighting us! You're writing our deaths! Slowly, filthily!" Cronus laughed, but it wasn't laughter. It was an earthquake laughing, a voice gnawing on time itself. Then he screamed, like hell had finally found its mouth. "Sons of the traitor, you rose from me like heroes, but every step you take brings you back to my stomach. I am time, the beginning that was never recorded, the ending that will never be written. You are stolen flesh, and I will reclaim it." The sky trembled. Thunderbolts hid behind clouds. Even Zeus, his heart stopped in that moment. Cronus went on, his voice flaying their souls.
You believed Uranus's prophecy? That wasn't a vision. It was the madness of a god who feared my face. Uranus trembled under my heel, weeping, weaving lies. He told you you'd win. He lied because he saw me coming back. Time cannot be defeated. A father cannot be erased. I'm not fighting you. I'm dragging you back to the moment you tried to escape. Stay there. Remember my voice, because from this moment on, you won't tremble at war. You'll tremble at my name.
Hyperion surged forward, drove his flaming blade into the clouds, and the eagles ignited. Zeus screamed, "I can't move! Time! It's stealing my muscles!" Hera tried to carve an escape path, but Hyperion caged her inside a sphere of light, and with a killer's grin said, "You're not a rescue force. You're a funeral procession that showed up late." Even the eagles began to fall. Invincible soldiers turned to ash, scattered across the burning sky. The attack didn't stop. Hyperion kept striking, Cronus kept resetting time, and Zeus began to vanish between both fates. The rescuers now needed rescue. A stifled heartbeat, a gasping cloud, then a distant roar, growing closer, but the sky hadn't spoken its final word.
Chapter 60. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The last to save the lightning. When death climbed into the sky wings of fire. A scream from a dying sun, tremors rippling through the floor of space, then a crash like a god himself had fallen from the cosmos. No one expected him, but he came, not to rescue, but to declare the end of the world. Hades, god of death, risen from the depths of the sea, had soared across the battlefield of earth. And now, only now, descended upon the sky like a curse walking on flame. He flew, not with wings, but with the birds of the underworld, thousands of them, black as regret, their cries like the gasp of a grave opened after 1,000 years. Hyperion trembled, even Kronos froze, for time itself does not know how to grasp death, let alone stop it. In the heart of that burning sky, Zeus swayed, lightning extinguished, with Hera shielding him using the last glow left in her. But when Hades landed, he shook the heavens beneath his feet. He roared, and the winds parted like silk torn by thunder. He cried out, "I do not come to save my brother, I come to save the lightning. because a world without lightning does not burn, and without fire, nothing is ever born. He surged toward Zeus, surrounded him in a wall of shadow. No force could pierce. Hera wept, not from fear, but because even light had seen death and bowed. Hyperion tried to chase, but the birds of the underworld descended, each one the size of a mountain, each beak slicing wounds into the very air. Kronos shouted, "You will not escape." But the path had already opened. There was Zeus, at the center of death's wall, being pulled away, but never humiliated. Then, an explosion of lightning, the screams of birds woven into a blinding blaze, and a whisper untranslatable. And then, they vanished. Yes, Zeus, Hera, and Hades, gone from the sky, leaving behind the throne of the sun screaming alone. The sky turned silent, but it still bled. The birds sealed the way shut behind them with wings that looked like the end of all eras. A broken wind, a faint heartbeat, then an explosion of light like a dying star sobbing its last breath.
Hyperion stared at the empty sky, watching lightning fade, watching hell itself fold behind it. He gasped, not in pain, but in awe. The gasp of one who had just witnessed the impossible. And then he said, his voice smoldering like a burning sun, "If that was death, then I was never made for it." As for Cronus, he stayed silent for a long moment, then looked into the hollow sky, as if speaking to history itself, and said, "Not to be heard, but to be felt." They ran. No victor flees. He only delays his death until the hour of wailing comes. He raised his gaze, and with a voice carved into the memory of time, he roared, "All who saved him today will beg me to let them live tomorrow." Silence, dense, suffocating. Then a low growl, as if time itself had begun to melt. And so, the war was not over, but the whole world would remember this day, the day death saved life.
This chapter of the epic has come to an end, but remember, what you've just heard is not a record of facts, but the echo of a myth, a story born from the imagination of the ancients, etched into the long memory of humankind. If this tale stirred something in you, if it opened a door to reflection or wonder, don't forget to support the channel and share the journey with those you love. And in the comments, tell us which moment in this chapter struck you the most and why. We'll meet again in the next chapter of this audio odyssey through time. Until then, farewell.